Doom doo doom 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 doo doom 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 doo 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 doo. Okay, let's see here. I think this is working. Greetings, travelers. Welcome to the Bible study drawing stream, which these things are really awkward to do, but I can't ride my bike right now. I'm still hurt, unfortunately. It might even, I don't even want to think about it. I'm not even going to talk about it. I don't even want to think about it. I do want to just ride. If I could ride, I would be riding right now, but I guess we're just going to have to find some lines and combos within the pencil and drawing stuff, which is cool too, because quite frankly, I got really burnt out of drawing, and this has kind of forced me back into drawing. I'm honestly surprised I even remember any of this stuff. Anyway, let's get into the Bible study. Let's try and put God first in any degree, and try to glorify God, or try to even practice sowing some seeds of faith, or casting a little reel out or a little net out for the Lord, right? So we're going to get into, I was actually thinking about this one scripture, so let's see here. We were thinking about this one scripture. We're going to type in whoever loses their life for my sake, or for the sake of the gospel, or something. Okay, we're going to look up this one right here. I just looked it up right now. We're going to go into that verse because it's actually a very confusing verse. And what's weird is I did many months back, I think I did do a Bible study on this verse right here, but I've kind of forgotten what it really means, right? And I think it goes into, like, I really don't even know. Like, let's just read it, right? So I wonder what people think about this verse. Let's read the KJV first. It says, let's see here. For whosoever will save his life shall lose it, and whosoever will lose his life for my sake shall find it. Right? Isn't that weird? Like, what does that truly mean? What does the ESV version say? For whoever would save his life will lose it, but whoever loses his life for my sake will find it. Right? I think that's just strange. Like, it's like, what does it mean to save your life? Right? That's my question right here. What does it mean to save your life? Right? Like that right there. Like, at what degree? I feel like there's so many variables into that, right? So I guess let's go into, let's open it up in here. I just want to see if I have it underlined. So that's actually Matthew 16:25. Okay, let's see here. Okay, here we go. So it says right here, it says, then Jesus told his disciples, if anyone would come after me, let him deny himself and take up his cross and follow me. And whoever would save his life will lose it, but whoever loses his life for my sake will find it. For what will it profit a man if he gains the whole world and forfeits his soul? Or what shall a man give in return for his soul? For the Son of Man is going to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and then he will repay each person according to what he has done. Truly I say to you, there are some standing here who will not taste death until they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. And then it goes into this one. This one's kind of strange, but this one doesn't really relate to. Oh, it does. It is part of the chapter. But what we're getting into is this one, right? I'm kind of confused. Like, what does it mean to save your own life, right? So, I mean, that's just what I'm wondering right there is, like, how much are we to, when I think about this verse in particular, when I read it before we go into the commentaries, it kind of makes me wonder, like, how much are we actually to sacrifice in order to do God's will? Right? Like, how much, it's so strange, right? But it's weird because it says whoever loses his life for my sake will find it, right? Isn't that strange, right? I don't know. So I'm confused on this. I really don't know what to really think about that. So let's go into a commentary. We're going to type in Matthew 16:25 commentary. And now let's find any... Oh, maybe I didn't do a... You know what? Maybe I haven't done a Bible study on this. Look, none of these are lit up. Or none of them are purple. So, I guess I haven't done a... I thought I did a Bible study on it. Maybe I just covered the verse or something like that. I guess we should read... Let's read the Bible ref one. It's the second one down. Let's see what this one says. Okay, so let's see here. ESV says, for whoever would save his life will lose it, but whoever loses his life for my sake will find it. KJV says, whoever so will lose his life for my sake, or whosoever will save his life shall lose it, and whosoever will lose his life for my sake shall find it. And that's the Lord Jesus Christ, right? But it's just like, what does that mean? I'm just wondering, what does that mean? I'm really hoping that any of these commentaries go in, what does it mean to save our own life, right? What does that truly mean? Like, it's like, and what does it mean to lose your life, right? Does that mean ultimately death? Or is that just, it's just so, I'm confused, and that's why we're doing this Bible study. Okay, so let's see here. To expand this, what does Matthew 16:25 mean? The idea that following Jesus shared anything with crucifixion, the torturous, humiliating, violating death on a cross, would have shocked the disciples. Still, he has said anyone who would follow him must deny himself and take up his cross. Matthew 16:24. Jesus had not yet revealed that he would die on a cross, though he will include that later in his teaching, John 12:32-34. Instead, he presented this as the most vivid of metaphors. Those who followed him would have to willingly die to every bit of their own agenda, their own identity, their own approach. Man, that's gnarly, huh? Now Jesus becomes even more clear that he is describing the death of self. So I'm wondering if that's related to almost like death of the ego and stuff in some degree, huh? Whoever would save his or her life will lose it. However, those who willingly lose their lives for his sake will find true life. In saying this, Jesus changed the stakes. Death to self is required to follow him, yes, but it is also required to find the life that is truly life. In other words, Jesus says that following him comes at the terrible cost of losing oneself. But the alternative is to permanently lose one's life. I guess that's the other thing, is because if we get into the next chapter, it goes into like the soul, right? If we open that one back up here. Sorry, I didn't mark my place. Sorry about that. Matthew 16:25. So I guess this is the good thing about taking this into context, because what does the next one say, right? It says, for what will it profit a man if he gains the whole world and forfeits his soul? Let's actually underline that right there. Soul. And I'm wondering if this has anything to do with almost like, that whole trope in so many like shows and movies and stuff where like it says like they sold their soul to the devil or something like that, or to Satan and stuff. I'm wondering if this is why that even has started coming into fruition, right? Is because of maybe this verse right here. Huh. And that's the other weird thing. Or what shall a man give in return for his what? For his soul. Right? That's strange. But then it's also, it's weird. So it's also saying that we can even lose our soul, right? Okay, let's see here. Jesus will make clear in the following verses that his loss of life for those who do not take the hard path of following him will come at the judgment by Jesus and his angels. That's Matthew 16:27. Now, see, that I feel like they could have went more into that, right? Because I just feel like, is that all that means? But then it kind of just means, like, what does it mean to save your own life, right? Let's read a different commentary. Let's read some of these older commentaries. What are these going to say? Let's read the Ellicott's commentary. Whosoever will save his life, whosoever will lose his life. There is a subtle distinction between the two clauses in the Greek which the English fails to represent. Whosoever willeth, i.e., wishes to save his life, the construction being the same as in Matthew 16:24. In the first clause, whoever so shall lose his life; in the second, as it is though it was felt that no man could wish to lose his life for the sake of losing it, though he might be ready, if called on, to surrender it. The word rendered life is the same as the soul of the next verse. For the most part, it means the former rather than the later. I'm going to bring this out just so I can kind of show it where we're at. Where are we at? Former than the later. With its modern associations, and is never used as a simple equivalent for the spirit of man as their higher of immortality. Strictly speaking, it is the animating principle of the natural as distinguished from the spiritual life. Isn't that such a bizarre sentence right there? That is one bizarre. Let me read that again. Strictly speaking, it is the animating principle of the natural, a distinguished from the spiritual life. Man in the fuller trichotomy of the New Testament consists of body, soul, and spirit. I feel like I've heard that in a lot of like other things, not even like things outside of the Bible, right? Like I feel like you see that. Maybe I just seen it, but I feel like I've seen that a lot. Body, soul, and spirit. It's like, all three of them. Man, this commentary is actually pretty short. Let's see here. 1 Thessalonians 5:23. The soul being the connecting link between the two other. So the soul being the connecting link between spirit and body. Interesting. I've never really thought about that before. That is intriguing. Okay, connecting link between the two. The truth is, of course, put in the form of a paradox, and hence with a contrast between the two aspects of the soul or psyche. To be bent on saving it in the relation to the body is to lose it in relation to the higher life of spirit. To be content to part with it in its lower aspect is to gain it back again in the higher. I'm not even gonna lie, bro. That was a confusing. This was a confusing commentary, bro. I know this is an old commentary, but what does psyche mean? What does that mean? Oh, I can't even click on it. Like it says, with the contrast between the two aspects of the soul or psyche. That's interesting. I've never heard soul being related to psyche. Let's look that word up. Psyche. I thought that was something else. Psyche. What is that? I just totally spelt it wrong. S-P-S... P.S. Psyche. What that? That was weird. P-S-Y-C-H-E space definition. Okay, psyche. What is this saying? The human soul. Okay, so it is the same as soul. Very intriguing, huh? Psyche. The human soul, spirit, or mind. Psychology, psychoanalysis, the mental or psychological structure of a person. I wonder, it sounds strange, but I wonder if psychedelic is that related into all this? That's actually very interesting in terms of the word, not in terms of this commentary, but it's strange that they use that word, right? I've never really seen that. Let's see here. Let's read another one because I'm still confused, right? Like, what does it? What I'm curious is like, what does it? Like, is there like a way where we can almost like see this in some sort of example of somebody maybe somebody losing their life for the gospel's sake, or somebody that didn't lose? I'm just wondering if there's a better. I don't know. Let's see here. Let's just read some more of these commentaries. Matthew 16:25 through 27. Whosoever will save his life at the expense, this is the Benson commentary, by the way, at the expense of his conscience, whosoever in the very highest instance, that of life itself, will not renounce himself, shall be lost eternally. But can any man hope he should be able thus to renounce himself, if he cannot do it in the smallest instances? And whosoever will lose his life shall find it. That is see that part right there. Whoever so will lose his life shall find it. Maybe I'm getting this wrong, but that full on, when I read that, to me personally, I just feel like that's like ultimate sacrifice. Like, how much are you willing to sacrifice to do the will of God, right? Are you to even sacrifice even your own life to do the will of God, right? That is I don't know, when I read that, it just seems so gnarly, huh? I don't know, let's continue. What he loses on earth, he shall find in heaven. See note on Matthew 10:39, where this sentence is explained more at large. For what is a man profited? Okay, let's see here. Let's see, what is this going to say? To carry home the argument more closely, he puts them in mind of the method according to which men estimate things. If God should offer the riches of Solomon, the strength of Samson, the policy of Ahithophel, the beauty of Absalom, the eloquence of Apollos, universal monarchy, and all kinds of pleasures, and should say, take them for 1 hour and then die, who is the man that would not immediately reject the proposed condition, and reply that life is better than them all? But will men forego every earthly thing for life, the life of the body? And will they not part with them, nay, and with life itself, for their souls, since the longest anyone can enjoy this life with its pleasures is, in comparison of eternity, no longer than he enjoys the good things mentioned, who dies in the same hour he receives them? I don't know, man. These ones are confusing, huh? It's strange. Or what shall a man give in exchange for his soul? Namely, at the day of judgment. For the Son of Man shall come in the glory of his Father. For you may certainly depend upon it that whosoever he may now be despised and rejected of men, there is a day appointed, then he will come in all the glory of the Godhead, encircled in the most pompous manner with his holy angels, and then shall he convene the whole world before him, that he may determine the final happiness or misery of each, the recompense every man according to his conduct. Thus, that the argument by which the necessity of self-denial is so clearly established might have a greater weight, our Lord speaks more particularly concerning the rewards and punishments of future state, assuring his disciples that they are all to be distributed by himself, the Father having appointed him the universal judge, so that his enemies cannot flatter themselves with the hope of escaping condign punishment, nor his friends be in the least afraid of losing their reward. Not gonna lie, I'm still kind of I guess it just means we are too old. But I guess that's the one thing, is what does it truly mean to save your life, right? Like, that's what I'm kind of confused at, right? Because, that person went into, okay, well, if you're going to gain all these things, are you going to take that, or are you going to take the road of Christ, right? It's, like, weird, right? Let's see if there's, like, a got questions one, because generally got questions makes it a lot more, I guess it's a lot more, like, modern. Let's see, what does it mean? What does it mean to save one's life? Question mark. No, let's just save one's life. Bible, Matthew 16:25. I'm surprised there's actually not a got questions one. You'd think that there would actually be a got. I got questions one. Huh. Nobody's actually asked that question. That's weird. I mean, I got questions anyway, but I mean, this person says this is independent mail. It says Jesus invites us to give our life to him and he will preserve it, right? So, I mean, ultimately, I mean, I guess that's a very blunt answer on that, right? Because it says, you know, we are to deny ourselves and take up our cross and follow him, right? So I'd like to think that ultimately it's fully, maybe it's almost meaning like how much trust are you willing to give to God? Are you willing to trust God even with your own life, even with your own soul, right? I mean, that's the other thing, right? We are also called to Luke, love the Lord with all your strength. See, sometimes this verse really trips me out. See, this one, Luke 10:27. This is another verse that goes into soul, right? And he answering said, thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart and all thy soul and with all thy strength and with all thy mind, and thy neighbor as thyself. It's weird because sometimes when I read this verse, sometimes it makes me like, I don't know, this verse is kind of strange sometimes because, you know, sometimes you think, oh, well, you know, you only have to just like go to church like one day a week or something like that, right? And then when I read this verse, it's like all thy heart, like you shall love the. It's like not because we went into a Bible study on this, right? And even went into strength, right? That strength isn't just like willpower, or this strength right here actually means physical strength. We are to, you know, it's very interesting to think about that, right? We're basically just to give God everything. It's really gnarly, man. It's very, but sometimes the way of the world, it makes you want to not trust God, right? And then it kind of makes me go into thinking about how the Lord establishes our steps, right? Like in Psalms 30, I guess Psalms 37 might be a good one, right? I think maybe Psalms 37 might be good for going into the one that we went into. Let's just read it, right? Let's read parts of this. Fret not yourself because of evildoers. Be not envious of wrongdoers, for they will soon fade like the grass and wither like the green herb. Trust in the Lord and do good. Dwell in the land and befriend faithfulness. Delight yourself in the Lord, and he will give you the desires of your heart. Commit your way to the Lord. Trust in him, and he will act. Right? It's also it's interesting because it's also saying that he's going to establish our steps, right? The steps of a man are established by the Lord when he delights in his way. Right? I think this is a very, very big verse right here. I mean, I guess here's the other thing. Sometimes when I think about the Bible study that we just did, right, about whoever so shall lose his life, right? I mean, what if you were in a position, right? I mean, say this. This is what I'm wondering, and none of the commentaries that we read went into it, right? You know, this whole thing about saving our own life for the gospel's sake in some degree, right? I mean, what if society got into such a degree where just promoting the Lord Jesus Christ came at such a disadvantage in society, maybe even monetarily, even just within your life, where you could hardly even support yourself? I mean, what if you truly committed everything to God and nothing was even working at all, right? In terms of a worldly standard or societal standpoint. I mean, what would you think then, right? That'd be very, I mean, I wonder what people would think if they were in that position and then read this verse. I mean, would you go, is there maybe a point where you would start doubting God, or would you full on just keep trusting God even if things seemed potentially impossible, or the way you were just, you know, the odds were against you or something like that? But then that goes into so many other characters in scripture, right? So many other characters in scripture went through that exact same thing. They were doubting God, they were questioning God. Oh, you know, is this actually going to happen? Like, it seems impossible. And then sometimes just God makes ways, and there's that whole thing that I've heard many pastors say where God makes ways where there are no ways, right? That's the other string. Where does that phrase even come from? Let's look at that. God makes ways where or actually it's where there seems to be no way. God makes ways where, and this is actually a quote not in the Bible. That's the weird thing. God makes ways where there seems to be no way. Question mark. Okay, let's read this crosswalk one. I mean, I just typed this in right here, right? I'm gonna read this crosswalk one. What is it? What does this one mean? God will make a way where there seems to be no way. Okay, so they're quote. Maybe this is why they quote this verse. I mean, that's actually not a verse. That right there, you'll actually hear a lot of pastors and stuff bring that up, but that's actually not in the Bible, right? But this verse is actually in the Bible, which I think this is maybe why a lot of pastors bring it up, right? I am making a way in the desert and the streams in the wasteland. Isaiah 43:19. He will make a way where there seems to be no way. In the toughest of situations, there seems to be in the toughest situations, this seems to be God's speciality. And aren't you thankful? God has it all figured out, so we don't have to worry. He's working on our behalf even when we can't see it at all. He has a plan and purpose in whatever we walk through. He can cut a clear path through anything. And in seemingly hopeless situations where we can't see any way out, God's power has the opportunity to shine. What in the world? Like, stopped loading. Maybe that was it. Maybe my internet went out or something. Stop loading. That's weird. I'm not even like going back. That's weird. Okay, what is someone else? Let's see. There's actually so there's actually on this one, God making a way out of nowhere. Let's see. Let's read some of these verses that they bring up. Isaiah 43:19. Behold, I am doing a new thing. Now it springs forth. Do you not perceive it? I will make a way in the wilderness and rivers in the desert. Isaiah 41:10. Fear not, for I am with you. Be not dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you. I will help you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand. Isaiah 41:13. For I, the Lord your God, hold your right hand. It is I who say to you, fear not, for I am the one who helps you. Jeremiah 29:11. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans for welfare and not for evil, to give you a future and a hope. I guess that's the other thing, because now I'm thinking about it. Ultimately, I think, how I was thinking, because sometimes I doubt sometimes the way like our society is going and just monetarily things, things sometimes don't seem to even be working out in any degree. But then then it kind of, one of those verses, it kind of reminds me of this one verse of something like where it's in Proverbs. Oh yeah, it's right here. It's in Proverbs, right? It kind of reminds me of this verse right here. Remove far from me falsehood and lying. Give me neither poverty nor riches. Feed me with the food that is needful for me, lest I be full and deny and say, who is the Lord? Or lest I be poor and steal and profane the name of God. Right? And I think this is a big one right here. This is a really, really big one right in here. Lest I be full and deny you and say, who is the Lord, right? I mean, I've seen this so many times, and I think we're just living in a society where it's just like, I've just seen so many people, once they start making a lot of money, in some degree, at times they kind of just like forget about God, even if they were once believers and stuff, because sometimes money gives you that. Well, it's like that thing of you can just go out and buy things, right? You can just go out and buy things. You just buy your necessities. You buy all that stuff. But then it's like how many people have probably strayed away? Or it's like how many people, if they lost everything, if they literally lost everything, their clothes on their back, they're just flat out naked out on the streets, right? If they once had money, I wonder how many people would go back to the God and be like, hey man, I need some help or start praying or something like that, right? So that's actually very interesting. And it's interesting because whoever wrote this proverb is saying, feed me the food that is needful for me, right? And then that whole thing about, being of the needful part is, I think, very important, right? Because that goes into Philippians, right? Because Philippians, it goes into saying, man, we're finding some combos today. I actually didn't think I was going to find any combos today. Philippians goes into talking about like how God is going to provide everything that we need, right? But sometimes that's the confusing thing, is sometimes our needs and our wants get a bit confused, right? Because sometimes it feels like we might need something when we actually might not need it at all. Right here, and a lot of people bring up this verse, right? And my God shall supply every need of yours. Let's actually underline that. Every need. Every need. And my God shall supply every need of yours according to his... And that's the weird thing, right? It's because it says that right there. According. According to whose riches? It's in the glory of Jesus Christ, right? And my God shall supply every need of yours according to his riches and glory in Christ Jesus. That is very interesting, huh? It goes into the whole thing of trying to glorify God and everything that we're trying to do, right? Okay, let's read some more of these, right? Casting all your anxieties on him because he cares for you. 1 Corinthians 10:13. No temptation has overtaken you that is not common to man. God is faithful, and he will not let you be tempted beyond your capability. But with the temptation, he will also provide a way of escape, that you may be able to endure it. Proverbs 3:5-6. We literally just did a Bible study, I think, last week on this one. Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and do not lean on your own understanding. In all your ways acknowledge him, and he will make straight your paths. We actually did that earlier today. That is such a good one, right? So in all our ways, we should acknowledge him, even just a little bit, right? Anyway, I guess that was the Bible study, right? Ultimately, I think ultimately, if I've learned anything about the Matthew 16:25 Bible study, it's just like, how much are we willing to trust God, right? Are we willing to trust God even in maybe almost the most dire circumstances, or even the most confusing circumstances? Are we willing to trust God even with our own life? Are we willing to trust God that he is going to make a way for us, even to, even at the sake of where something might even take our own life, or might seemingly take our own life, or even our own soul? Are we willing to trust God with all that, right? Anyway, I guess that was the Bible study. These Bible studies are weird, huh? But let's do a card draw now. I'm gonna shuffle these cards up. We can do a card draw. Sorry, this camera's like... I wish I did. I guess I can do the shuffle right here. I guess you can't really see the cards that well, though, huh? How could I do this? Let's see. Showing cards. How could I do this? I mean, I guess I could just do it like that. So I just want to show it to where it doesn't seem like it's like I'm just jerry-rigging it or something, right? By the way, what we have is we have this like little easel thing. It's like a desk easel, and then this thing is like a little chair thing, and I have a light on top of it. So I'm just gonna shuffle this. Hopefully I could get to riding. Man, it's brutal. I'm not even gonna think about it. Let's just draw bikes, I guess. Darn, I just really miss riding. Oh, this is kind of sketchy to do on here. I don't know if I'm gonna do it like this anymore. I guess I could just put it over here or something. I guess you can kind of see that. Or like this. How do we do like this, right? Cut it. See, that's sketchy. Thing's so sketchy, man. I'm sorry. Trying to figure out a way I could do this like more efficiently, but I guess we're just gonna do the draw outside over here. That'll just make it easier. I wanted to like show the shoveling of the cards and stuff, but okay, first card of the day. Man, we drew this card earlier this week. Master Transmuter. That's what it says. I like this card. It kind of reminds me of drawing and stuff. Wasted potential surrounds us. Lend me that bauble and let me see what it could be made to be. Master Transmuter. Number 2, we have Stoneforge Mystic. Number 3, ooh, we have the Frazetta card. Awesome. What's funny is my Christian friend gave me this card. Huh. Man, that card's gnarly. 4, Ancestors' Prophets. 5, we have Brilliant Halo. Ooh, we have Sephiroth's Skyblade. That card looks awesome. Lost card. Here we go, another angel. Avacyn, Angel of Hope. We need more hope. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, that was the last cards. Okay. Okie dokie. I'm going to take a little break now, and then we will get into the drawing. That was the Bible study card draw thing. I need to get some coffee. Where is my coffee cup? Let's do this. Rah! Hibaga. Okay, we got done a weird, awkward Bible study. Good one though. We had to continue forward. Okay, let's see here. I don't know if we're gonna get into doing the warm-ups, or maybe I should just do a scribble warm-up page. I'll just do a scribble warm-up page. We'll start out with these ones. These are always good little warm-ups. Strange playlist. There is something about just drawing on paper that I really like. It keeps me like more focused, right? I feel like if I'm doing like the digital art and stuff, I tend to just get so distracted sometimes with so many various tools and so many other things that just like I like this. I really just there's something I really like about just the simplicity of just drawing on paper. These are just warm-ups. Gonna do some warm-ups before we get into some other stuff. Probably gonna start drawing some more bikes. So I've been kind of on this kick just because I want to ride my bike. So. playlist that I was listening to. Let's see here. Here it be. Darn, I wish I could be riding. It's okay. Just draw bikes then. Fudge, man, I want to ride. I want to be drawn right now, honestly. Alright, just have fun. Do do do. Do 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 do. Could get into like drawing like bike packing stuff. That might be interesting. Alright. Let's get into drawing. Let's just do this. Let's do some more accuracy tests. Warm-ups. I'm just gonna scribble. Just warm my hand up. Do you want to find like a good blue pencil? I don't like blue pencil that I was using. I guess we'll just use orange. It doesn't matter. Okay. Oh, I need to stay motivated. So we're just gonna draw bikes. Oh, it's my only way right now to kind of keep motivated. That's okay. It's fun though. Just gotta think of it as like a puzzle. I think there's this new way I was gonna think about drawing like bikes, or thinking about the bike in some degree, right? Let's see if we could do it this way. I think what I'm gonna do is maybe not think so much of, well, I'm gonna do the perspective as well. I was kind of thinking maybe how we could maybe think about doing it is just doing it in terms of like lines, right? So imagine if all these are just lines of bikes, right? Of the frame itself. What I'm thinking is maybe if we were to think about this as the frame, maybe we could just build them all up. First, I don't know. See, they always turn out wonky, right? That's the thing, is when I draw them like this, they always turn out wonky. I'm trying to see how we can start drawing like bikes faster. I think what I can maybe start doing is thinking about this as a sphere. And then, okay, so we have that. We know that the head tube angle is going to be right here. We know the seat tube angle's right there, go down. We know that that's a fixed point right there. And then if we just maybe think about this as a sphere like we were doing it yesterday, right? Thinking about it as if we were to find that out, like say I wanted to have the sphere like that. Find the middle of that, then build it from that. And so then we would know that that one would be that middle part, and then that one would still be like that. So I think that would maybe be do it. I'm trying to just learn how to quickly draw these bikes in. See, I'm not like trying to think about how can we do this without having to do the perspective grid, right? Or do you think I would always have to do the perspective grid? Okay, that's how I need to think. I need to think. This is the fixed point. We need to just figure out, this is a really important point, the head tube. Head tube angle. It's right here. This is super important, I think, for drawing bikes, because that's the central pivot point right here. So I think if we can figure that out, have everything else fixed, and then just do a circle right here, we can maybe just sphere it out from there, right? I'm thinking. Sphere it out, back one. Let's just do it. This is the front wheel. Head tube angle. Let's cut these in half, cut this in half, but also make sure that that's also in a sphere. You know that the C-tube angle's right there. Say I wanted to have, okay, so since we have this head tube angle real quick, and this is not without doing the perspective grid, this is just like going with it, right? Say I wanted to have the wheel like this, right? Because this wheel can go in 360, right? It'd look weird, but it's doable because I know it's like that. So then we would know that these forks would go like this. And from that one, at that angle, we know this angle. Something like that. And there has to be an easier way to draw bikes. See, because now all this stuff's wonky, because that's the other thing, is now, see, since this, I messed this up, because this is supposed to go into these vanishing points. There has to be an easier way to draw bikes. Trying to really figure this out, like... how do we draw bikes easier? I mean, so far what I have is we have 3, we divide that 3 up. Think about that as a sphere. Think about this one as a sphere. Which one's up front? This will be the back wheel. Okay, so head tube angle is really important. Seat tube angle. That goes down, down tube. Head, top tube. Seat stay. Bottom stay. Now this is a really important one. Where do we want our wheel? Let's have our wheel like so weird. I'm getting confused. They're all now. This is with me outdoing the perspective grid, right? But I'm pretty sure that's how you could do it, right? I mean, I guess that's the thing is, I mean, let's maybe just try and add in a figure on top of it, right? Like, can we add a figure just randomly? Okay, so then with the figure, we'd think about the head as that, but then how would we place that in there, right? Action. I mean, would this work right here? Like if she was like holding her bike up like that? I'm wondering, like, see, that's the thing that I kind of don't like about doing, like, the perspective grid, because then, like, I know in the perspective grid that a lot of things can go in so many directions in the perspective grid, so. Huh. Oh well, we're just warming up still. Okay. Back to drawing bikes, or learning how to draw bikes. Because even this one, like, so if we were to know that's that, to cut that in thirds, let's bring up the little pen. So we know that this is thirds. That's that first sphere. I think we're getting onto something, right? Because as long as we figure out this, I guess that's what I'm having trouble with, is thinking about this rectangle, pushing that into perspective, and then thinking about how do we make that sphere for the first axis of that, right? It shouldn't actually be that big of a problem, honestly, right? But for some reason I'm having a lot of issues doing it. Okay, head tube, seat tube. That goes into that perspective line right there. Seat. Okay, so then this could be the circle, right? Because this could be in any angle. Let's do it like that. So then we know that that angle's right there. Why am I so tripped out about this? Has to be a way. Let's actually look up how to draw figures and bikes. I'm gonna look it up on Google, because there's no YouTube videos. Let's see if there's anything on because I want to do like figure invention, right? Like I don't want to just be like looking at reference all the time. Like I'm trying not to do it, right? Trying to do figure invention. How to draw figures and bikes. See, there's really not that many how-tos. It's weird. They're all like lame. I mean, I guess not lame. They tried their best too, but it's hard. It's like weird. Images. Yeah, it's very odd. They're like not getting into what I'm thinking about. Oh, let's try this. Okay. Okay, well there's this stuff right here. Interesting. Yeah, not much. Not much at all. very weird. I mean, I guess that's weird. I guess people don't really want to draw bikes unless they want to ride bikes in some degree, right? Oh my goodness, there's hardly anything on this. It's so odd. It's very weird to me. I guess I'm just gonna have to figure it out. Just gonna have to figure it out. I mean, I guess these are just simple concepts, right, about how to do it, but I'm trying to think, because prior to doing this, right, I would do everything without doing the perspective grid, right? Now the problem is these spheres, man. Once we get into these spheres and stuff, it really like makes things really, really wonky, it seems. The spheres and then the cylinders, and then it's really weird to me. So we're gonna just keep doing perspective stuff. Okay, so let's do some like perspective, like, oops, do it a little bit bigger this day. Okay, so we have that. We know that this is going to be our vanishing points. Let's actually try and draw a bike right here, right here, right here, right here, and we'll actually draw a bike right up in there. Let's see if we could do this, okay? Let's start with this one. But I guess that's the other thing, is we can make bikes of various sizes, right? And see, I guess that's why the perspective grid is good, because imagine if I were to do a scene with multiple bikes, right? That would get really, really wonky if I didn't have the perspective grid, right? Okay, so what did we learn? Head tube is really important. That is our central axis point. That's going to go into that perspective line. This is the top tube, or this is the top, yeah, this is the top tube. We know that that's the vanishing point, so let's go into our our seat tube. The top tube is going to go into the actually it's actually a little bit more. It's actually more like that. That's our bottom bracket is going to go into this vanishing point. We know, let's cut this in half. We know that this wheel is not going to be moving. That hub is going to go into this vanishing point. See, this is what, I guess the thing is when you draw it in perspective, it does make everything else easier, right? Because like when I was doing the other ones, right, these ones underneath, I kind of know it, but I'm like guessing it, right? Like we're guessing, we're doing a lot of guesswork. We know these ones are like definitive. Like I know that is within the perspective of this vanishing point, right? Per se. Okay, so we know that this is actually let's do our down tube. We'll do like a flatland down tube. Okay, so we know that this is within this, right? So now this can be spun 360 degrees, right? That we know for sure. This can be spun 360 degrees, right? I guess the thing would be is how do we make this shape right here? How do we make this into a complete sphere with this right here, right? And that's the hard part, is how big would that sphere really be, right? So I think we might be able to find that out, right? Because if it is a complete circle, a wheel is a complete circle, I think we might be able to figure it out by this way. So what we'd have to do, I think, is find this half area right here, push that into perspective right here, push that into perspective right there, bring that up, push this into that box shape right there, And so with this box right here, I think that would be, oh no, that's not right, huh? I'm doing something wrong. There has to be a way that we do this, right? I mean, I guess maybe we'd have to find this central axis point right here. This one from this main one, and then find this middle part. I think this middle part's a very big one, right? This thing right here. We know that this, if it goes in, right, it goes right into that perspective line, right? So would this be, and then we'd have to think that this one goes into this right here. So maybe that would be a good central axis point of that one right there. But I'm wondering now, see now I'm wondering is how big this wheel would be, right? Like how big can this, I mean, I think I actually almost got it right? I think I just guessed this work right here. Oh, you know what we might do is I think maybe we take the bottom of this one and we push oh, I think we might have found it. Okay, so I think we push that one into perspective. And then maybe we push this one into perspective. Because then maybe that would show. I know there's a way to figure this out. There's a way to figure out this diameter. What I'm trying to do. Okay. There is a way, and I don't know how, but there is a way to figure out this going into this square right here, right? There is a way we figure out this circle and how we can make this a circle, a sphere. And I don't know how. Because, I mean, I guess that's the thing, is this would be the very central point of this, right? Because if this is the axle, this can spin 360. How would we figure that out? I mean, I guess maybe I could look up, let's look up how to draw a sphere in perspective. How to draw a sphere, or how to draw a, yeah, how to draw a sphere in perspective. A sphere in perspective. See, because it gets gnarly, I think. Why is it so gnarly? Okay, yeah, here we go. Okay, so maybe this, okay, so, yeah. So this is what they're bringing up, right? This is what we're trying to figure out. This one right here. This is actually a good one right here. Let's see if we can figure this out. What I'm wondering is how did they get the, okay, so yeah, this one is, but what I'm wondering is how do they figure out the entire, I mean, I guess that would just be a complete circle, and that circle would fit, I think maybe that's what they're doing. So what they're doing is, so they're doing a complete circle, so a complete circle would fit in from that parameter to that parameter, right? And then that would be the middle of this circle. I mean, it's a little off, but. And then from this one, you can maybe figure out, okay, well, if that sphere is like that, Okay, well then that wheel could be like this. That wheel could be like that, and then maybe that's how we figure it out. I think we might have figured it out right there. Right, and then if we wanted the wheel going that way, so imagine the hub. Okay, so imagine the bike is that way, but now the hub is going to go into that vanishing point, right? So if that was the central axis of that hub right there, and then that would be the hub, the axis for that. That would be the axis for that too. Just a very simple, we're just going to do a simple. So this is a bike that's like that, but then it's the bars are curved like that, right? Just a little bit. Just a very tiny bit. Huh. Whereas this, that's very strange. But I think that still would be off, right? Yeah, the sphere is very confusing. I wonder if it's confusing for anybody else. I don't understand why I'm so confused on this stuff. It really shouldn't be that hard, huh? Makes no sense to me. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I mean, I guess maybe what I could maybe do is maybe we're supposed to figure out this first front wheel in perspective and then build everything else from the front wheel. Maybe that might be a better way to do it. Here, let's try that then. Let's see if we can. Let's do another one down here. Maybe we can. Okay, vanishing point. Maybe we can figure out. I guess that's the thing, is how do you draw a perfect circle, and because it would be a perfect square, I think, if it was a bike, right? Because, oh, you know what? I think I actually figured out. I think something's going on here. I think what I might be doing is I think I might be guessing this. This right here. Ah, I think that's what it is. I think I actually have to learn how to evenly space these out, which there is a way to do that. Do 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 do. Okay, how to draw a perfect? No, that's not the. Yeah, because that's the. Oh, I think that's what I think I might be messing up, because I think I'm making these into too big of ovals, right? Huh. That's probably messing a lot of stuff up. Let's see here. Perspective. Let's see how to draw a perfect square in perspective. Heck, this is weird. Huh. Okay, perfect cube in perspective. Let's see here. That's just too much work, man. That would be way too much work, huh? But I'm wondering, actually, now I'm thinking about it, I'm kind of wondering, like, if we were to draw the cube, this front cube, in like a perfect cube, and draw that first on the bike, and then build the frame and everything else from that. Maybe that might be the way to do it. Let's see how we could draw a perfect cube then. This is all stuff that I haven't really done. Normally I just freehand everything, but you know, that's the weird thing about doing this stuff, so apologize, it's just weird. Okay, so this is our horizon line. Have that. Determine where the first front edge of the thing is, okay. Do it like right there. So then what they're saying is that this is actually 90 degrees. We actually have to find a 90-degree angle. What the heck? So this is supposed to be 90 degrees. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That is 90 degrees, okay. 90 degrees from that point right there. That's weird. That doesn't make any sense. Why is this so confusing? Huh. Sounds ridiculous. It's like, I don't know. Okay, draw a line from each vanishing point. I'm trying to figure this out. This is what they're saying to do. If this meeting point is over the right, you will see the cube turn right, and if it's more than to the left, you will see the cube turn left. Draw a vertical line from this meeting point. Somewhere on this line will be the side G of your cube. Okay, so it's right here. That's side G. Measure the distance from each perspective point. Oh, okay. Okay, I see what they're doing. We have to measure this point and then put that point on there, right there. So let's see here. We're getting into like some technical like mechanic. I guess this is actually just not even technical. That's four right there. Okay, so then that would be that last point right there. So okay, let me just. So this is actually. I'm sorry, everybody. This is like some grade A stuff, but I do not. It's so weird that I've never learned how to do this stuff, huh? It's weird, but I guess we're learning something new, just because of this darn bike. Actually, it's just because of this front wheel. This is why I'm trying to learn this stuff. Okay, so let's see here. So How to draw a even cube. How to draw an even cube in perspective. For sphere. That's ultimately what we're doing. We're basically, I think I've boiled it down. This is where I'm getting it wrong. I think I might have figured it out. Okay, so see how we're doing this right here? I think what's going on is I'm guessing these three things, right? Because generally I go, okay, well, we're just going to cut this in half, three it. I think what's going on is I'm guessing that, and then this oval can either be like, here, I'll give an example, right? So say I were to do this again on here, right? And imagine if I did it like that, and see if I did it like this, and I cut that in thirds. Now look at this oval. Boom, and then look at this oval, right? So like that. Now imagine if that was a bike, those bike wheels would be like, it'd be like a bike wheel with full-on oval rims, right? So basically what we're doing right here is it's almost like we're truing our rims. Let's true our rims. This is so hilarious, man. This is so funny. Oh my goodness. I think I might have figured it out. I think this is how, I think I might have figured out, because this is the weird thing. There's not many how-tos on how to drive bikes, right? But I think we may have figured this out. Okay, so let's see here. What they're saying is that, okay, so basically we're trying to follow this thing right now. So basically what they're saying is that this length right here is going to be the same as this length right here. Okay. Then let's see. Oh, and then this length is supposed to be the same as that. Oh, that's so weird. What the? And then this length same length as, okay, so let's try and find this one. Oops. It's about 5 centimeters exactly. That one's the same as this one. This is ridiculous just to draw a cube, right? But I know if we learn this, it'll save us heartache, right? Okay, so what are they saying now? Okay, let's bring it down. What the heck? Okay. Pick a point along the vertical line. Okay, wait a minute. This is getting confusing. What's going on here? Okay, pick a point. Like learning how to draw all over again. Okay, pick a point along the vertical line. This will be the bottom front corner of your cube. What? Corner for... What the heck? This makes no sense. Okay, let's see. Draw lines from this corner to the vanishing point. Okay, well, why would that be? Oh, what in the world? Oh, okay, okay. I think this 90-degree angle is actually supposed to be like the field of view. I think that's where I was messing it up yesterday. Okay, now what are they saying? Okay, now they're saying pick a point. Okay, so we're going to pick this point right here. We're going to try and copy this one that they're doing right over here. And they're saying draw lines from this corner to the vanishing points. Along with these lines will be the sides C and F. If you want your cube to be the correct field of view, the angle between these lines should be a greater than 120. Okay, let's bring these to this one. To the vanishing points. It should be greater than 120, right? So that's, as I think. Okay, from corner 4, where's corner 4? Okay, so from corner 4, draw a line upward however tall you want the cube. The exact height of the cube depends on the viewer's distance from the cube. This is the final side G. Yeah, I was doing that correctly then, right? Oh, interesting. Okay, now I see what now I know what they're saying. Gosh, this stuff is confusing, huh, bro? This is gnarly. Okay, so they want this one, we could do it at any length. And then what we're going to do is we're going to take this one and then push it and then find those ones. Right there. Wait, let's see. Let's just do it. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, 3. So wait, let's see. Oh man, I keep messing that up. 1. Yeah, it's 3. Okay, so we go 1, 1, 2, 3. Right there. Alright. And we do it on this side. Right? 1, 1, 2, 3. Sorry, I'm really bad at math. I that's the weird thing. I'm terrible at math, but this is actually like something that kind of makes sense to me. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so this right here is supposed to be this same length, like what they're saying right there, right? So this this is ridiculous, huh? So supposedly this right here, I'm gonna put it on over here, right? This here, so this is the same as that. Okay. Okay, let's see here. Okay, from, oh my goodness, bro, this is ridiculous. This is redonkulous. This is just craziness. I've never done this in my entire life. This is the craziest thing. I've drawn so long. I've never done this in my entire life. From the ends of each of these lines you just drew, draw a line to the opposite measuring point. What in the world, bro? That is so ridiculous, dude. So we literally figured this one out. Wait a minute. Okay, yeah. So this size right here is over on this side. That's why this is over here. And then this blue side, this side right here is right this one, right? crazy, dude. What in the... Okay, let's see here. And then... And what are they saying? That makes no sense. What the... Dude, this is ridiculous. I'm like so confused. I mean, I guess it's not that confusing, but like... Okay, so then we take this side and we bring it over to that one. But I always thought that you would bring it to there, right? Why are they telling me to put it over there? That's weird. I wonder if other artists have trouble with this. Okay, so that should be the same. I actually measured it wrong, I guess. Okay, like that, and then that one's supposed to be over here. Okay, let's see here. Now what are they saying? Draw lines from the top corner back to each vanishing point. Okay. So this top corner back to this vanishing point. And then, oh, okay. And then that's how you figure out this one. Dude, that is ridiculous. Just to find out a perfect cube, bro? Are you kidding me? That is insane, dude. Well, I guess we know that this is a perfect cube then. In perspective. I never knew that. That's so weird. Huh. Huh. Oh, see, and then this is where I'm messing this up. See, because this is the thing that I'm messing up. I'm messing up this right here. We're messing up this. Oval wheels. What in the world, bro? So I guess in order to draw... Dude, bikes are so hard to draw, bro. This is craziness. I mean, I guess you could just freehand all this stuff, right? You could essentially freehand all this stuff. But the problem is, right, if you were to animate this, if you were to put a building, you were to put multiple bikes, multiple figures, dude, it is going to get so wonky. Like, it is like, you're going to tell that it's going to be wonky, right? But if you were to build all this stuff up from this right here, if we knew that this was this shape, right, this shape right here, we can ultimately put a bunch of these boxes. And from this, we could do a lot of different bikes from this one right here, I think. Man, that's so brutal. Let's see if I can remember this. I need to actually just remember how I did this. Okay, so from this one, we need to take this point, and then this point, and then that point, and then that point. And that's how we figure out. Man, that's so weird. And then this is how we start the sphere. So I guess we can go on to how to draw a sphere in perspective. I've literally been having such a headache, bro. Just trying to figure out how to draw this darn bike, dude. Oh my goodness. And I think we might have figured something out major. I think I've been making oval wheels. Because here's the thing, check it out. So say I did do this wheel in a right circle, right? Well, then what happens if this one is actually an oval? So would you have one right wheel, like not a complete true wheel, and then this wheel back here not be in true? It would be an oval, bro. And that's the thing, is if you mess this up in the perspective grid, it doesn't work. That is crazy, bro. That is insane. It's so crazy to me now. I'm like, what in the world did I... Like, I've never done this. It's so strange. Out of all these years, I've been drawing for a long time. But, like, I guess not that long. But, like, in terms of my life, I think it's a long time. But I've never done this before. It's just ridiculous. So this square right here is supposedly correctly... It's supposedly, I mean, it's not a perfect square, but it should be close to that. Right here. This thing right here. And then from this, we can figure out, okay, well, we cut that in half. We cut this in half. We cut that in half. We cut this in half. We cut that in half. We cut that in half. Then we place our circle in there. And then that's, I think that's how we are supposed to build this bike up. I think we're supposed to do the front wheel first, right? I think that's the thing, is if we figure out this front wheel axis, right? Because this is on an axis, right? And this frame is actually, because that's the other thing, is I've always been thinking about, okay, well, I have to do the frame in the thing. We have to do the frame in there. And I've always been messing that up, because now if we think about it as, okay, we're going to draw the front wheel. Okay, then we can think, okay, well, where's the head tube going to be? The head tube can be over here. The head tube can be over... It can literally be all around... If we imagine this as a sphere, this head tube can be all around this spherical object. And then from that, we can figure, okay, well, then we just throw that into the vanishing point and then build the bike off of that. Oh my goodness. Interesting. I think we're getting closer to something. I don't know. Bro, I want to ride though, dude. I want to ride. This is, I guess, somewhat close, like riding on paper, I guess, in some degree. It just sucks, bro. I see all my friends just shredding it up. Do 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 do. Okay, we're gonna go. I'm just a little mentally taxed at the moment. I'm just taking a little breather. I'm gonna write this stuff in here. Front wheel. Front wheel. Confusion. And I just want to like kind of just draw a couple of these just to kind of like show where I'm having trouble. This is how to draw a even cube. And see now, like, check this out now. So, okay, so, oops. So check this one out. So, see this one right here? Now check this. So, okay, so I just guessed all these, right? All these ones I just guessed, right? The thing is that if you guess this angle right here, okay, so even if we were to push this into perspective correctly, right? If you guess this wrong, you're going to have oval, you're going to have untrue rims. There's going to be a major hop in your wheel, right? I wonder if there's a way to do this faster, right? There has to be a way, I think, maybe to do this faster. Maybe. I guess maybe we can look up how to draw a cube in perspective faster, because that takes way too long. I wonder if, like, do you have to do it? Do you have to measure that out all the time and then just measure that out and then measure that out? And I'm wondering, the other thing is I think this field of view is 90 degrees, and I think I messed that up on my other drawing yesterday. Oh, okie dokie. wonder why I play WoW. No, I shouldn't be doing that. We need to be drawn. We need to be drawn. Okay, let's continue. Sorry, today is like probably just boring stuff, but honestly, this stuff was just totally just tripped me out. So we need to keep doing it. Because we also need to take this. Let's see if we could do a cube all over the place now. So that's going to be the next step. But I'm also like kind of confused right here at the field of view, because I know this is why this is a 90 degree. It's because this is supposedly the field of view or something like that. And it's like our eyeball, right? So if our eyeball, when we see something, it's our eyeball. Like if this is us, right? No, wait. There's something with the field of view and I'm confused about it. And it's weird because like, I don't know, it's just weird. It's just weird, okay? Fudge. Okay, I need to stop going on the internet. I need to just. This is why I like doing. This is why I like drawing just on paper. It just keeps me focused. Just put some music on. Let's start drawing again. Okay, let's see here. Where is? Oh, here's this playlist. Oh, that's. Listen to this. Is this on copyright? Nope, still not on copyright. Okay. So let's draw more of these. Keep this right over here. And we're going to take another little one, put it right here. Actually, this one's all weak for some reason. Get some more paper out. That's perspective studies. Where's my clean paper at? Oh, here it is. Let's see if we're going to get any sort of closer into figuring this stuff out. Okay, what are we doing first? We're going to figure out this horizon line. Yeah. Let's just do a couple of them. Let's just see if we could do like 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. What is this? These are our vanishing points. We are going to, I think there should be a way we figure this out, that this should, I don't have a freaking, what is it called? I haven't, oh, I guess we could just use like a card or something. Oh, yeah, I might need some chocolate. Let's get some foil right there. Okay. Let's see here. I think we actually might be able to use a card. We're supposed to find actually, yeah, this is supposed to be a right angle. Now this right angle, I think, could be, I wonder, Okay. We can actually use a card. So this is going to be where our first square is going to be at. But I'm wondering, like, can we do this in different parameters or something? This should be a complete right angle. This actually was wrong. And see, I actually messed that up. This square is actually messed up. Okay, so from here, this is we're gonna make a straight line. Actually, I mean, I guess this is another thing where I might have to not guess it as much. Okay, right here. Now what we're gonna do is we're going to take this side and measure it with the other side. About 3 on the dot. So we put it up on here. 3. And that is the measurement. This side, let's just do, I guess I don't, let's just try and color coordinate like this. Okay, so then that's the same as this one. Now what we're going to do is we're going to figure out this one and put it on the other one. There you go, 4 on the dot too. 4 and 2 actually, 4, 2. So then we go 4, 2. Right there. Remember this side right here is the same as this one. That sounds crazy, huh? Okay, so from here, what we're gonna do is we're actually gonna figure out the size of this square. All right, and we can do it, I guess we could do it with a different color. We could do it with like this color right here. And with the size of the square, we can actually keep it, I think we have to keep it in this 90-degree field of vision. Or actually, I don't know why it's like the 90-degree thing. Let's try and do like a bigger square. Actually, I want to actually see what would happen if I push it a little bit higher than the horizon line. Just a little bit. See how it's just a little bit higher? Okay, so then what we do is we are going to take this measurement. It's a little under 2. So let's see here. Go over here. Under 2. A little under 2. right? Yeah. And then, so we have those 2 points. We're going to put a line right here towards the end of that one. So then this one right here is the same over here. Okay, and then what we're gonna do is then we're gonna figure out, we're gonna bring these points right here and we're gonna push those points into these things. Right? Yeah. Push that point into that one. Okay, and then what we're gonna do is then we're gonna take this point up here and we're gonna push that one back into this vanishing point right here. What sucks is like you have to be so concrete at, I think this would just be insane for somebody to do, right? Like I think it's just too much work just to get a square, bro. But I think ultimately I think it would save a lot of heartache at the end, right? If you were to do it this way. Okay, so then from oh yeah, and then we have to push this one into this vanishing point now. And then this one into this vanishing point. And then from these little dots right here, that's how we find how big that square is going to be. And supposedly this square right here is supposed to be actually pretty even. Huh. And then from this one, let's see if we can push it a little further. So since we know that this one's like that, let's see if we can push it in and make a sphere and into a bike. And we're gonna just do we're just 3D'ing it out now. Okay, so from what we're gonna do here, we're gonna take this one, we're gonna maybe push it into blue color, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna figure out the half of this. And the half of this one. It's weird, out of all the perspective things, I never learned this one. And so this is the middle of this square. And we're going to do it on this side too. So this is the middle of this square right there. Okay, so why are we doing this? We're going to ultimately even this out. I mean, I guess we could just put the circle in there, right? But I know that there is some sort of way to... I guess that is the thing, is I think if we just put the sphere in there, like, would that work right there? I'm wondering if that would work. Like, would it work just to push this sphere in there like so, connecting all the points? I feel like I'm just still confused though. Okay, let's see. Like, how would we build this into a bike then, right? Like, okay, so if this is supposed to be the rim, this basically we're learning how to do this just because of the rim. How would we make this work? So I think what we would do... Oh, okay. Let's see here. Okay. So I think from this point now... Okay, so check it out. So from this point now, there is a way... Okay, so we bring out actually these cross things. There is a way we can figure out how to make... Okay, so say we were to do this in a repetitive line, right? And we want this the same. There is actually a way we can figure this out. So, let's see here. How would we do that? That's... Okay, so say we have this line right here and then this line right here. How do we actually make another square the same size as this one? Because we actually need to have 3 if we want to make a bike correctly, right? Let's see here. How do we do this again? I think... Okay, so there's that one. How would we do that again? Darn it, I forgot. How do you make this the same size descending? I think I might have guessed this first one. Fudge. How do we do that again? Oh wait, okay. Let's see. Oh, I think we take this halfway point. Something like that. This stuff's confusing, man. It's weird. Oh, let's see here. Halfway. You take it over here. Oh, I did it wrong. Fudge. I messed that one up, actually. I did a study on that a little bit, but I messed it up. Okay, so oh, wait. No, I did it right here. Okay, so we find the halfway point. Doesn't make any sense. I guess this first one, I've guessed that first point. How do we make this even going backwards? Ah, darn it. I don't know how to look this up. How do we look this one up? It's, I think there's something with this halfway point. We have to like. I mean, I guess we could guess it, but I think just guessing it would be really bad to do. Oh wait, okay, so I think we take this one, we push that one back there, and then we take that one and push it back there, and then we find that halfway point. Is that what it is? Huh. Let's see here. How to make even boxes go... How to repeat boxes in perspective. How to repeat boxes in perspective. Here we go. Okay, let's see here. Oh, okay. Oh, see, because there's so many lines here. It's just so... It's so chaotic. We have to take this line... This is the halfway line, right? Or actually, it's a little off. Actually, we basically have to take this halfway line we have to take this halfway line and then we take this line and we... Okay, yeah, that's how we do it. We have to find... Okay, so this is repeating boxes. Repeating boxes per perspective. So what we do, if we want to find, so it's kind of weird, but we're taking this exact box that we made right here, and we're going to make the exact same box just sending into perspective because we know a bike is generally 3 of these. What we're going to do is we're going to find this line from this halfway line, that point right there to this point right here. So this point right here into this point right here. Touching this point right here. So we know for sure now this next one is going to be down. So if we just push that, if we just throw this one down now, that is actually the next box, if that was a next box in there. So these two are actually the same. Oh, you know what? There's a faster way to do this. I just messed that up. Ah, you know what? I wonder if there is a faster way to make this cube. I wonder if this is... That's what I'm confused about now. Is there a faster way to make this cube, right? How is that? Is this the fastest way to do this? I don't know. Okay, so this should be the halfway point right here, right? So this is the halfway point right here. We take this point and what do we do? Okay, yeah, we push it into that point. So we know, okay, so let's just do it again. Just so we could see it, because I kind of messed it up. That one I actually guessed it. These crosses I actually guessed. So what we're doing on this one, we're going to take this right here. We're going to push this one all the way back and find it right there. And then so we drop that one down like that. So if this is correct, which I think it is, this gives us these 3 boxes that are the same size in perspective, right? This is a very, very important thing for bikes, right? Because if we bring in some of our bike notes, where are some of our bike notes? In terms of some of our bike notes that we have done, where is it? Right here. See our bike notes? See how these wheels right here are basically put into thirds right here? Now we can essentially know that this right here would be the framework for a bicycle. All this to draw a freaking bike, man, is ridiculous, huh? But if we do build the bike up on here, we know that it would work, right? And we know that the front wheel, if it was on this axis, it would actually work. And we can actually pivot it into any angle. And it work knowing that these wheels are true. Gnarly, huh? And I just want to make some little bit of notes up in here. Halfway point. Blue, okay, let's see here. So let's actually see if we can just draw a frame up on here now. If we know that this is correct. Oh, see, but that's the other problem now. Oh, you know what? I might have figured. I'm uncovering something. I'm actually uncovering a new problem. If the frame was over here, it would almost be like I would be building the bike on one side of this box. I feel actually what I'd have to do is I'd actually have to find this halfway point right here, cut that all the way back, This is very confusing. I think that's because, say if I were to build this frame out, right? Say if I were to put another wheel right here, right? Wouldn't it be on this axis, right? This axis. The frame would be built on this axis, right? And the frame needs to be in this middle part. It would actually have to be in the middle. Gosh, it's so weird. Huh. Huh. I mean, actually, ultimately, what I just have to do, I think, is just find this middle part, just push that back, and then just draw it off of that, right? Let's try that out. I might have just messed this entire thing up, but I mean, what I actually could do is I could light box it and just go on top of it. Let's do that, because we've already built this up. let's lightbox it and see if we can uncover some more clues about what we're doing. Okay, so let's see here. So we know that this is the middle part right up in here. And we know that that is our perspective line. And perspective's a trip, huh? And then we know if we were to push that back in there, and push that one back in there, so that would be the middle of this sphere, right? And so from this box sphere, how would we figure out? Man, dude, this is just too complex to even just draw a bike. I need to stop doing this, huh? This is just getting way too complex, I think. I'm trying to figure it out. There is a way you can figure it all out, right? That's the other weird thing about doing it this method. Trying to find this axis point. Let's see here. So, so this is the middle. This is where the bike. This is where the frame should be. This middle point right here. But now I'm trying to figure out. I think if we were to take this one and push it like that, that would be the middle of that one, right? And then we just send that one back. Yeah, I think that would be the case, right? If not, I've totally messed it up. That would be the middle, so this was, yeah. It seems like, yeah, that would be the middle, I'm pretty sure. If it was just straight down in the middle. Let's see what it looks like. I'll do a green. So then would the next wheel be right here? And that would be the frame built up? That makes no sense. I mean, I guess maybe it does. So if we know that that's that middle part, let's put our head tube. Head tube. Let's push this back. That is our top tube. That will be our down tube, or actually that's our seat tube. It goes down like that. We know that for sure. We know that that's the middle. Let's push that down. Huh, I think we actually might have figured it out, because now we can push this and we know that now this thing can basically be in any degree now, and we can actually somehow get it to work. Huh. That's weird. It's like finding out a gnarly puzzle. You could actually draw a completely functioning bike on here. Okay, now this wheel. This hub can be on any one of these axis points along this entire ridge. We can pick any one of these points now, since we have this. And it has to be in the middle of this one. Let's do it over here. So what does that mean then? It means the bars are going to be on this one too. Ah, we've uncovered another problem. How do we find how wide the bar should be with it being even on the stem? How do you figure that out? I'm actually not quite sure. I mean, I guess, see, that's the other part, is you can guess that. And I guess that's another thing I've been messing up too. How do you make sure that the bars are even in the middle of the stem? Right? There has to be a way. I mean, I guess you could just guess it, but I know that's not right, though. You know, I mean, I guess you could guess it, right? Now, see, this is crazy, right? I guess that is a good estimate. I guess that's something that I actually don't know how to do either. How would you make sure that these bars are completely in the middle of this stem, right? Now, see, what's crazy is that this is all built off of this square. It sounds so insane that we did all that for that, just to draw this little bike right here. But yeah, this is the thing, is that since we figured out this cube, we know that this wheel's true. So now we can actually push these bars in any... Let's actually do a bunch of these studies, and let's push these bars all around. Interesting. Okay, so check this out. Because we actually know that that's the cube, right? But this cube could be a complete perfect circle, right? And we can just figure out all these different angles now from this. That's our schematic. We built a bike on top of that, see? That's crazy. And we can build a figure on top of that if we wanted to. Okay, just to take this into a better example, what we're going to do, let's undo this one. And we're going to take this exact box right here, and we're going to do a similar one. But what we're gonna do is we're actually going to move these bars around. It sounds ridiculous, right? It is ridiculous. It sounds ridiculous. It is ridiculous. I probably seem crazy, but I'm so like frustrated at like drawing bikes, and they're so wonky all the time. And I know it probably doesn't seem wonky to other people when they view it, but I know that there's something that just irks me because it is wonky, and I know that there's a way you can fix it. God, this thing's all sketchy. Okay, let's do another one. In this exact thing, parameter. Okay, so what are we doing? We're gonna do our horizon line. I guess we could do it with this one. We're gonna draw the wheel, which is actually this box, but we know that this is the sphere. Inside this box, right? And then we know that this is going to be the middle of that. And that's the one thing about what's making this hard, is you could just draw this sphere, right? But you have to figure out where that middle point is of the sphere and then build everything. I mean, I guess there is. I wonder if there's actually a way simpler method. I wonder if you could literally draw a circle. Oh no, but then how would you? Oh, see, but that's what makes bikes so wonky to draw then. Because that does look like it is in perspective correctly. I think. Oh, so this is actually the very interesting thing now. Since we know the halfway point of the sphere, I think we might even be able to push this into many different perspectives too, our vanishing points. Let's just kind of copy that one, and we'll just do a demonstration of how to turn this bar. So why we're finding this line is because this is actually the middle point of this square, because if you were to build the bike off of the end point of this cube, it would mess it up, because then your bike would be shifted and your wheel would be over on that side. So that's why I'm trying to find the middle part of this cube or sphere. Now actually I might have messed this up on how to figure out the middle point of this sphere, or this cube, sorry, this cube. I could figure it out. That's actually a thing. I think she might have gotten that wrong. Yeah, because that's actually the middle part of that for that next cube. Okay, so yeah. So then that would be that next line in there. Interesting. Actually, I got that wrong on this one. See, I even made that wonky. So this is actually the middle of this sphere. Right? And then what we're going to do is we're going to find, since this is the middle of this sphere, is now we're going to find this, we're going to repeat this pattern right here. And that's by finding the middle of this, pushing that into perspective. So let's find the middle of this one. This is the middle of this one. We're going to push that into perspective right there. Okay, so then from this one, what do? We take this end point right here. What do we do again? I forgot. Okay. We take this end point right here and we push that through and find that next point. Which I think I got it wrong on this one. Let's see how much it changes. But this is actually how we figured it out, so let's do it with red. This is how we find the halfway point. This is actually how we're, so this, basically it sounds ridiculous, right? But if we look through this one, see, this paper square looking thing is in the middle of this cube. This is actually the middle of this cube in here, right? It's supposedly supposed to be the middle of the cube, right? And what we're doing is that is the central axis point of this sphere, right? It sounds ridiculous. Bikes are crazy, right, to draw. They're actually really hard to draw, and this is why bikes are so hard to draw, by the way. And so why we're doing this is because if we were to build the frame off of this one side, it would be so wonky because everything, the wheel would literally be on the other side, right? That's why we have to find the middle point of this sphere. And so what we're going to do from here is we're going to find this next point, which is, wait, I forgot again. Okay, yeah. So we're basically taking this point from the middle into the horizon line, and then we take this bottom point right there, and we're going to boom, right here, and we push that down. That is actually the next square in the middle, and we could do that the same on this one as well. From this one right here, let's do that. So we take this bottom part right here, and this thing's getting in the way, but oh well, we can eyeball it too. Boom. Push that one down. We were close, but see, actually I got it. I guess no, we did get it right. Kinda. Let's draw it in green like this one. Let's find the head tube. So the head tube is somewhere in this middle part, right? this other wheel up in here. Find the middle point. That's the middle point. Seat tube's actually supposed to be up in here. This is the head tube. Let's put in the top tube now. You know what? I wonder if there's an easier way. I'm wondering if you could just figure this out. Oh, but how do you find that this is a perfect square, right? And how would you find that next one over here to be the perfect square? Okay, then we're gonna find our bottom bracket. This is our down tube. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to take this, because we moved our bars over here. Let's see if we can move our bars in a different degree. Let's actually see if we can push it right here in the perspective line. Let's see what happens if we do that. We're going to choose this little dot right here. It's going to be confusing, right? Because it's in the way of everything, right? So what would that mean? Okay, so trying to think of this. Yeah, because these are the bar. Oh, but I chose the bars to go in there. Gosh darn. Okay, yeah, that's how I did it. Okay. Okay, so let's see. So that means, okay. So that means that this point right here would be where our hub is. And the hub is in the middle of this cube. I think, right? So this is almost like we're looking up at it. It's almost like it is a 3-point perspective now. And since that is going into that perspective right there, that's going in that perspective. That means that the forks would be going into that perspective too. There we go. We figured it out. And then from that, we can almost find like the diameter of this wheel now. Crazy. Dude, that is insane, bro. We just figured out how to draw a bike. Like, I mean, I already have been trying to learn how to draw bikes, but now we're learning how to draw bikes even better. It's because of this pivot axis right here. See, so these bars are like that. This bars are like this. Dude, that is insane, bro. So much work just to draw a bike, but now we have figured out a major step, dude, in how to construct bicycles in perspective. Dude, I figured it out, bro. Oh my goodness. Dude, this has taken so long. That's ridiculous that we have to do this much just to figure out the axis of how this wheel, just the only reason why we're doing this is basically because of these bars, right? Now, you don't have to do any of this stuff, right? You don't have to do this if, say, you just want to have both of the wheels completely straight next to each other, right? But that's not the case on bikes because this thing moves. There's an axis right here of this head tube, right? This thing goes in a circle, like this can go into a 360 degrees. I mean, we could even do another one just to even solidify that. So I'm wondering now if we can take this, right? Because we're building our bike off of these blocks right here. Because we know that this is a perfect block. This can be a perfect cube, which, well, not a close to perfect. And since this is a cube, we can put a sphere within this, right? And with this, we can figure out the axis point of the head tube and then figure out how these bars are going to rotate. We can actually rotate a bar, see, and this is the crazy thing about learning. That now it probably doesn't seem like this is that crazy, right? But what's crazy is now you can even use reference, right? You could use reference. Literally, you could probably copy some reference front to back. And if you copy it in the right perspective that it is in, you could actually be like, okay, well, how are you going to move those bars? Imagine someone says, okay, well, I want to see these bars being moved like 360s or something like that. In some degree, you could actually even animate this. You can animate this right here of bars doing a bar spin, actually. Isn't that crazy? With this schematic right here, you could draw this You can draw that with a 360. Oh, you can do bar spin. Now, what's interesting, what would be interesting now to see is what happens if we make this a bigger cube, right? And we maybe try and build a bigger bike up. Since we kind of figured this out. I'm going to put this as the third. Third vanishing point. Okay, so what I think I'm going to do now is, I think what we can do now, thinking about it all, is now we should be practicing how do we make this cube, and we can basically draw it in any single angle, any one of these points, any angle, in this, any sort of grid. Now that would be a challenge, right? Because if we figure this out, right, we should be able to, in theory, draw a bike in any single angle. We could draw, it sounds ridiculous, right? But if this is the schematic basically on how to draw a bike in any single angle from without even looking at anything. What if you were to know how a bike is constructed, right? Dude, that's so crazy. Let's try and draw a bigger square. Let's do like that as the. Let's see if we could do like a bigger one. Okay, so what are we gonna do first? We're gonna find the right angle, or the three, you know, so the. Yeah, that'd be good. While we're doing this is the right angle of that, and we can push that up like this. Okay, so then we do it like that. Okay, so then we're kind of following this thing right here. Now what do we do? Oh yeah, that's what we're doing. We have to measure out. Oh, where did it happen to our? What happened to that thing? I lost it. Oh, here it is. I'm surprised I still have this thing actually. Okay. So now what do we do? So now what we're gonna do. This point is the one where this line is. I think I messed something up. I forgot. Like why is this like, okay, then do we, okay. I guess then from then we, oh, okay, that's why. It's because we're finding this line. Then we have to do it from here. Okay, that's about 4. So then we go from that one, go 4. That. And then we take this one. It's about just shy under 9. Just shy of 9. Okay, so now we have this one, and then we have this side over here. Turn this light off behind this. We don't need the light right now. Okay, so now why did we find that? I don't know. Oh wait, okay, because these are like the how to make the parameters. Okay, so from here, what we do is now we can make the cube any size we want. So let's say we want a cube, and the thing is that this is a very big parameter. So let's actually push this cube up more into perspective. Actually, that's even gonna get into more like three-point perspective. Actually, but we want a bigger cube, so let's actually push it like up here. Put it all the way down there. And so from here, oh, this is actually gonna go off the page. Like maybe I shouldn't do it with that. Ah, fudge, I already did it. Because that's gonna go off of the page, which is gonna be harder to find. Darn it. Let's just do it then to something that's, ah, fudge. It's gonna go off the page. Wait, let's just put it. Now I guess we've uncovered a new problem now, right? So what we just did right now has just uncovered a whole new problem with drawing bikes, right? About making that cube, which I haven't really. This is the first time I'm actually encountering this problem right now. So what we're gonna do? Let's just see if it works, okay? It might be a failed attempt, but okay. So I just want to see if it even works. Okay, so right there to right there. Let's just try and do it like how we did it in the first one. Just under 4. Turn it over here. Just under 4. Actually, it's right at that edge of that paper. Just under 4. do a straight line on there. So why we have these ones is that this is the size of this one and that side. So this is a supposedly a right triangle or something. Okay, so why did we do that, right? So that now we can start placing these in the perspective, because this is the perimeter of this one. So then what do? We take this one and we push it into that one. And then we take this one and we push it into that one. And I think I might have messed this box up, but let's just see if it even works. I'm actually just curious. Okay, so then what do? Then we take this one and we push this side into the vanishing point. And we take this one and we push it into that vanishing point. And then this is why we have these little lines right here, is because of that right there. Oh yeah, and then this one up here goes into that this one up here goes into that vanishing point right there. And then this one goes up into that vanishing point right there. And see, this is what's so confusing about all this, is because why we did all that is because the reason why we did all that is so that we know that this line right here, we did all that work right there because of this line right here and this line right here. And because of that, we know that this box that we have just created is now an even box in perspective. And from this even box, we know that we can make a sphere in there. And actually, it basically worked right there. Crazy, man. So from that, let's try and follow this little schematic again. And see how this one's a little bit different, because it's on the horizon. It's actually above the horizon line just a little bit. And then what we're going to do is now we're going to push this point up in here back there into the vanishing point. Push this one into the vanishing point. And then do it on this one too. There we go. Okay, so why did we do this, right? We did this because this gives us the sphere that we need. Where's our green pencil? See this sphere? So what we're going to do is we're going to try and draw a circle touching all of these points. Isn't that a trip? So now we have figured out that this sphere represents the bike wheel, right? This sphere is supposed to represent the bike wheel. Now here's where it's going to get a little bit more complex now, right? Is now I think, you know, because you would be like, okay, so this is like where it gets really complex, I think. Well, not that complex, I guess. If you're in a drawing, it's probably not that complex at all. But see, in most cases here, let's bring on this drawing right here. Let's bring our okay, so let's bring in this one, these ones, right? See how these ones These are very first drawings of our bikes from the beginning. See how I would start this square off? Actually, I didn't even put these in perspective, right? But you would start that square off, right? And then the problem was I would always mess up these wheels because they would be oval. They would be oval wheels. And this is why I keep, see this one, this is the confusion. This is the front wheel confusion. To fix this confusion, what we have done is we need to figure out, okay, well, how do we make a perfect circle? Well, close to a spherical true circle. And then the one about this is then, you know, and then it's like, how do you push that into perspective? Okay, so then what are we doing, right? I guess from here, we can figure out the middle point of this box. Let's do that. Oops. Let's do a blue like that one. So we know that this is the middle, right there. Let's do it on this one. Do it on this one. That is the middle of that one. Okay. Okay, so for this next one, I think what we're going to do is, we know this is going to be built for the bicycle, right? Now see how this one, I actually made the sphere, or the boxes, descend. See these boxes? How it's actually the same as this box right here, right? But now see, a bike isn't like that. Now a car is like that, right? But now a bike, if this is a spherical thing that goes in a 360 degree thing and the bars can do a bar spin, right? We have to find the middle point of this sphere. And how are we going to do that, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to find this point right here that we have, and then this point right there. And let's do a little line thing right there. It should be correct, right? Except I don't know why it's like that. I think I got some of that wrong. That's close enough. And why did we find this one? Is because we're going to cut this in half, and we're going to cut that one in half. So let's do that. So we're going to cut this one in half. We're going to cut this one in half. And it seems like it's the halfway right there, but it actually isn't. It's close. It's actually a little off, right? It's like right there. And so then we know that that is the half of that point right there, right? And we know that that's the half of this point right here, right? So since we know this little area right there, and then that point right there, and then this point right here, we're going to push all those back into the perspective. Where's that thing at? Oh, here it is. Okay, so from here we can do this with the blue color, or actually we'll do it with the green color, because we're actually going to draw the bike this way. Okay, so what do? We cut this in half from that point. We're taking this point right here and this point right here, and then this point right here from that half point into that half point. half cube sphere. I misspelled that. Oh well. Okay, so then what we're going to do, we're going to push this into this vanishing point right there. And then push that one into that vanishing point. With these two ones right here, see? Okay. So now, why we have this one in the middle is because this is actually where we're building the bike from. It sounds ridiculous, right? But that's actually where the bike is if you want the middle of this sphere. On this horizon point, anyway. Okay, now let's see here. Now what do we do? Okay, so now we know that this box in here is the middle point. And why did we find this out? This middle box is because we need to figure out, because if we want to figure out this point right here, right? So then what we're going to do is we're going to cut this in half. Now we're going to cut this box in half. And that's actually the middle point of that one. And let's push this one back like this. And then why we figured out that one is because now we can take this point, and then that point, which it should be like right there. Into that right there. So we know if we were to draw a box right down there, that is actually the middle. This looks so crazy, right? Because it's the middle of this box. So imagine there's a box, and imagine there's a piece of paper exactly in the middle, right? And there's the same size of that middle piece of paper in that box. It sounds ridiculous, right? But like, it is ridiculous actually, but that's what we're doing. So then what we're going to do is we're going to find that middle point again from that one to this one. And it's right there. So we know roughly that's where our frame would be. This is actually where the back tire would be. Just so insane. All that work just to figure that out. But it would work. There has to be a different way to do this, though. There just has to be. Okay, now let's see what we can do if, and this is the middle, that's middle of the cube. That is the middle of the cube. It's so ridiculous, huh? It's so crazy. But now we have basically created the understructure of this bicycle, I think. It's still a little confusing because it's just like, why would that? But it makes sense. It makes sense though. It has to. This is the sphere. This is the exact, so if this was the middle of the cube, we draw a line up, we push that, we put the head frame right there. We know that this circle right here is at the very biggest degrees of all the degrees. Now we can figure out every single degree of the bars. We're doing this because of the bars. 360 degrees. That's brutal. Just to figure out how to do a bar spin. We did all this work just to figure out how to do a bar spin on a bike. Just to draw a bar spin. In some degree if you could. But this is how you would do it. Now let's see. Let's start building things up now with this. We can start building some bikes with this cube. And I guess that's the thing, is now we can actually build a cube in perspective and then build the bike on top of it, which I was kind of trying to do, but this is in a lot more elaborate degree. Hopefully I remember all this stuff. I'm probably going to forget. This is just a jumbled mess in here. But let's see if we can build a bike now. Welcome to Bicycle Construction Drawing, where we learn how to draw a bicycle without reference, or that much reference at all. Push this like, and that's the thing, is now we can actually have our vanishing point go off the page, so we can actually align this a little bit more to where it'll fit, and maybe we could put a figure in there as well. I need like some painter's tape actually. Do I have any painter's tape? Wait up, I need to find some. I need to find some tape if I have any, because that's gonna really help me out. Where is the painter's tape? Do we even have any? Fudge. Okie dokie. I found some. just gonna draw. Maybe we should just draw like a legit. Let's see if we can draw just a legit little bike thing. Use some painter's tape. Go. Okie dokie. Let's see if we can draw a bike thing now. Kind of following, somewhat following roughly this now. This schematic. Okay, so how did we start this one off? We started it off with the green box, so let's just draw this green box. Basically, this is just basically for the parameter. You can hardly even see it, but this is the parameter of the wheel circumference of this sphere. Now what we're going to figure out is the bike frame, which the bike frame's going to go down that way. I guess the weird thing is, why is it so big? It looks so, I don't know, that's the weird thing. It looks so, but we have to imagine that this is actually a sphere of this little cube of that, which is supposedly the half of it. But let's use this pencil, and then what we're going to do is we're going to just mark this one out. And since we already have these parameters set, and what's crazy is this is actually the parameters of the bike, so now I could actually build so many types. It's kind of crazy, like kind of almost like Legos now. You can build so many types of bikes on top of this one now. And so from here we know that actually this is the back wheel, since we know that that's where the frame is going to be. So we know that for certain. We can split that in half. Split this one in half. And we can start building our bike off of this one. We can actually start building our bike off this one too, if we just split that one in half. Roughly, we can roughly do it. Let me go. So if we know that that's where the head tube's going to be. Okay, so we know that's where the head tube's going to be. Let's put the seat tube in, which is somewhat close to this. Let's actually just draw a weird bike. There was a time when I was drawing some very strange bikes. Let's look at this one. Yeah, I want to draw a bike like that. I should just push this. I guess. It's almost kind of like a BMX road bike looking bike. Okay, so we know that this is, I guess we should draw the horizon line. This is the vanishing point, this is the vanishing point. Okay. So from here we can build this bike off of that, or the head tube anyway. tube. And that's the seat tube right here. And I guess what would be a good point, let's actually just push this, and we know that the hub, this hub is actually going to go into there, into that perspective line. So now we know that we can push this like that, it goes out, and then back in like that. Okay, so instead of just doing a normal straight wheel like that, since we have this parameter of the spherical thing, this one that we know that the wheel can be in any one of these degrees. And I almost think I'm getting that wrong too, because then why isn't it in that degree, right? Huh. I feel like I'm getting something really wrong. Maybe I am getting something wrong. Bro, I think I am getting something wrong. Maybe what I have to do is I have to find this middle point and then because that would be the axis. Yeah, that would be the axis then. Yeah, so it would be any one of these points. Oh, okay, I actually figured out there's actually, okay, so check this out. There's this axis point right here, right? That's an axis point that we can go into 360. If we go down and find this axis, now since we have this parameter of this circle up in here, oh dude, we found something else out now. I mean, there's so many different ways you can do it now. It's crazy. It's very interesting. So since we have, see how we had this ground plane of this square? Well, now we can actually do a ground plane circle of that. Do it with a different color. So now, since we know that this is in the middle, see how there's this axis in here in the middle? Now we know that we can actually choose what angle we want. Okay, so like what angle do you want? Right? Now this is an interesting part. I don't know what angle we can choose. Well, we can choose any angle now, right? But how do I want to? I almost kind of want to do something different than this one. But this is actually in a different perspective. Let's have the bike go that way and then the bar is like that. So let's actually choose this one right here. Let's actually choose an angle right here. I want to try an angle right there. Let's try that one. Okay. So let's draw a line from this one right there. This is very confusing, by the way. But we're trying to figure it out. I'm pretty sure we're getting closer on how to draw a bike, like basically from memory. Okay, so if we know that this is like that, then I wonder what would happen if we made this the horizon. So if we, since we know that this is right there. Oh, and it's the halfway point. pretty sure this is where this next wheel would sit. Like that. Gosh, I totally just messed this up, I think. Maybe I didn't. Gosh darn. Because I feel like... Would this wheel be that big then? That doesn't make sense then, right? Yeah, I think actually this wheel would be this big then. That oval. Actually, this needs to be a little bit higher. It needs to be like that then. Oh, that's how we could figure out the bar size. Bro, drawing bikes is so crazy. We can actually figure out the bar size by this right here, this parameter, by taking this one, finding out the half of this. Interesting. Okay. Pushing that half like that. Right? And then pushing that one. Ah. Interesting. So then we know that this point and this point are actually the same size. We can actually do it again. seeing it right there, but... Oh, because I guess it's going up into perspective then. Okay, that's why. Right? Yeah, so this would actually be going into the perspective up there. I think, maybe. See, it still looks wonky. There's something wonky about it, but... Something looks wonky about that. Like this wheel's too... Like these wheels don't seem the same size, but supposedly they are. Right? This wheel looks... Why does this wheel look so small? I thought I followed everything correctly. Maybe it's the tire. Now we can see if we can draw a figure up in there. Which a human head would be like that big compared to a BMX wheel. See, I messed that up. Fudge. Oh, but that's... Oh, but I messed that up. It should actually be... Fudge. Well, we got a lot of this stuff down. Let's see if we can put a figure in here now. I think I might have messed that first box up. Because I'm messing up the field of view, I think. I think that's where I'm messing it up. I guess if we did another layer on top. And try and place the figure on top. I know there's a way we can figure that out too. We couldn't do it like that if we really wanted to. Vanishing points. Oh, but see, that's the vanishing point. So I'd have to... I don't think it could be outside of that, right? That wouldn't be outside of that parameter. Maybe that's why it looks so wonky. It's because I'm so close to this vanishing point. So if that's the case, then we couldn't actually have a figure over here, because see how it's pushing past this vanishing point? I actually think, if we think about here, and this vanishing, this perspective is really, really odd. But there is a way to do it. Darn, dude, I don't know what I messed up, but I messed up something major. I don't understand why this back wheel's so small. Looks funky, huh? What I'm wondering is, would the case be that this would be the same size as back there? Is that where I messed it up? Yeah, I think that's where I might have messed it up, actually. I think this is actually supposed to be in the same scale as this one, right? The top of that wheel compared to this wheel. I think that would be right, I think. Huh. Perspective is hard. Do, do, do. This is getting into like 3-point. Yeah, this is getting into 3-point perspective now. Bro, why is it still so hard? Yeah, I think that back wheel's getting messed up. I wonder if you're supposed to take that perimeter of that front wheel and then push it back with the back wheel. I think I might have messed something up actually. Yeah, I think that's where I'm messing up, yeah. Yeah, because that's supposed to be in the same angle. Yep. That is messed up. Oh, so I did mess it up. Huh. Bro, I think I've been making this way too hard on myself. I messed it up. This isn't right. We don't need to do that sphere, I don't think. I think I figured out a different way. Let's do a quick one. I think we can do a perspective grid. Oh wait, but then we have to figure out the I mean, I guess that's the thing is I would have to figure out how to make a perfect square right there. Because I think what's going on is these grids are now getting messed up. Because I have to, this should be, I guess it almost is, right? So that means I almost messed it up then. Huh. Yeah, because I think this is supposed to also be in the same sphere of this wheel right here. That's where I got it messed up, I think. Okay. See the sphere, I did get the sphere wrong, I think. But then that totally breaks that box that I did. Huh. I mean, I guess ultimately that is a perfect, I mean, not a perfect, but a close to a perfect middle part, if we'd like to think about it that way. Let's try and draw it. Let's do another layer then. Stuff's getting weird, man. I don't know why it's so hard to draw a darn bike in perspective from, like, imagination. There's that one. Just push like that. And then that is going to be that. It gets pushed over there. Man, everything just starts looking really wonky. It's weird. Dude, these spheres are terrible to draw. What am I even doing? It looks all wonky, huh? I thought I followed it correctly, but see, that's the thing is Darn, dude. I guess these forks have to be more straight, right? Or would they? I don't know. Something's really sketchy about this. I feel like everything I just drew underneath this isn't even working on this thing. What am I doing wrong on this? Maybe I am supposed to follow this end point right here instead of doing the one in the middle. I thought that's how it would be, though. Oh, you know what it might be, huh? You know what? I think I have been messing it up. I think I actually am supposed to do it on this top part. Yeah. Darn, you totally got messed up, man. I totally messed that up. I think I'm supposed to actually bring these part instead of doing this middle part, because I thought the axis was supposed to be in the middle. Right? I don't think that's the case. I think I actually have to just push it back. Yeah, because this one in the middle is messing everything up. I knew something was up. Yeah. Oh, I totally just messed that up. I think what I have to do actually, let's see. Okay, so we have to, man, I totally messed that up. That sucks. Let's see if I can fix this. So I think what we have to do actually is we have to actually take this one, push this down. Man, that's brutal. And then we take this right here and we push that into that middle part, since we know that middle part. And we know that's going to end right there. And we push that one down. And then we find the same with this one. Or actually, we just do it right on that one. And be right here. So I actually think the ending of that third wheel, and see how I totally changed that? No, but see, then it would still be like that then. Because this box right here is in the middle of this one. Right? Yeah. So we push that out like that. That's the ending of that one. Yeah, so this it's actually is supposed to be like this then. I don't know what I'm doing wrong then. Okay, I think I figured it out. I think I have to find this middle axis point. Not on this one. I guess this one is already there for me right there. And then I have to find this one. I'm wondering if I actually messed up this field of view on this with this 90-degree angle I did. I might have messed that up. Let's quickly draw some bikes on top of this again. I'm like frustrated. This is brutal. Okay, we know that this is the middle of this. We can make that the middle point, and then we know every single way this little circumference can go up in here. I thought I figured it out. I guess I didn't. I'm messing something up. Darn. I guess what I could practice is doing these spheres. The spheres actually have to match up with these boxes then. But then they would turn into ovals at times. That's what I'm not understanding. Just think about these as spheres. Okay, so imagine if the head tube was right. Right there, then we can have this one go like this. Bro, these wheels are just terrible to draw. Been trying to figure this out for so long now. It's still like tripping me out. I think it's just because I think I messed up this entire gauge of this. The field of view, I think, is really messed up on this this one right here. I think that's what I messed up. Gosh, man, it's brutal. Yeah, I think the field of view's all messed up with the square. I think this whole perspective grid's messed up. Something's really off with this. I mean, it is fitting in here now, right? I guess this is why I'm really bad at mechanical design stuff. So it's just so frustrating. It's very frustrating to draw. I feel like I was doing better just doing it the other way, huh? This is just way too complex. I think I'm... Oh, this stuff isn't working. I mean, I guess it's good practice to learn how to make a square like that, but... Yeah, it's not working with a bike, though. How do we make a freaking bike that is... We can do a 360 with the bars, right? It shouldn't be that hard. I mean, I guess we could just eyeball it. I don't know if that's the way to do it, though. Because that's how I would do it in the beginning, is I would just do it just one simple thing and then just eyeball the square instead of doing the cube. I think that's what's messing me up, is I'm trying to do this cube and it's like I'm trying to build everything within that one. This is a terrible day. Oh well. I'm trying to learn how to draw bikes, man. These things are really hard to draw. I mean, I can just look at a picture and just, you know, just do it like that, but I'm really trying to understand like how to do it like in an inventive sort of fashion to where we could draw a bike in any angle. See, this is how I'd normally do it. And then I would... Maybe we should just cut... I guess if we just... Maybe make that square and then just figure out... Okay, so this is the middle. We figure out that middle point to that middle point. That's that drop off. I think that's probably the way to do it. Like this. And we know that that's the circle. We know that's the circle. If we want to make another axis, we could go into the middle of that, right? Yeah, I think doing the cube's way too difficult. But what I'm wondering is if this first square is gonna mess everything up, right? Because is this first square gonna be an oval? Bikes are challenging to draw. This is probably why there's not that many how-to videos on how to draw bikes. They're just freaking hard. They're freaking hard to draw. Okay, so see, we can draw a bike like this pretty fast, right? That was way faster than doing the cube and all that stuff, right? Now we just got to figure out how do we just move that around, right? I mean, I guess we could just guess it. I think maybe that's what we should maybe do, is just guess the, but I don't really like that. I don't like how that's the case. I mean, what we could maybe do is find this middle point, right? So since we do have this middle point right here, we know that this is the middle. So maybe if we were to intersect it, say if we were gonna do like some bars in a different angle, right? So say if these bars are turned, we find this middle angle right here, we push it back to the angle that we want to have it at. And then ultimately maybe just point it out into that perspective of that one. Like that. Maybe that's how we do it. Because then that would still be in that perspective as well. Huh. Maybe that is how we do it. I think I did it in such a gnarly degree. I almost just totally confuse myself. Yeah. Huh. That's the way to do it, man. Oh my goodness, bro. I just totally went in a complete circle. I mean, this is a little bit more of a guessworking way to do it, but... yeah. I mean, I guess it's good to learn. I mean, all this is good to learn, I guess. This stuff is just ridiculous. I thought this was just craziness, man. I was like, oh my goodness. But this is the first time I've ever really drawn a proper cube and stuff. Which I guess it would come in handy. So I guess it is good to learn that stuff. So, but in terms of drawing bikes and stuff, right? In specifically in this one. I mean, let's see here. Let's see if we could draw another one. Another one up here. All right. Let's do this first one. Let's cut this in half. Push that down. How do we find the half of that one? We have find the half of this one. We're taking that one, going like that, so we know that that's half. If anything, then we've learned that again, which is cool. Okay, so we know that this is the circle. This is the circle. We could even draw a bike totally upside down like this way too, like interesting. If we were just to just do it like this, right? Huh. Bro, I just wasted all this time. I mean, I guess not wasting time, but just like, jeebus, I was just like so brutal just to do all this stuff, just to like go back to how I was doing it. Oh man, I thought I was gonna figure out something a lot more, you know. I mean, I guess we learned how to draw a cube, but yeah, that's how we do it. Darn, all that work just to go. I mean, if there's anything, I guess we learned how to do the half square of everything. Brutal day. Oh my goodness, bro. This is brutal. Oh well. We're trying to learn how to draw bikes. Okay, let's not give up. We must endure through this. Watch, we could draw some more interesting setups. If anything, we've learned how to do this, right? Sounds ridiculous, but I just feel like I just went in a complete circle all day today just to come back to this conclusion of how I was drawing bikes previously is just the way to do it. I just wasted like 4 hours, man. Oh my goodness. Oh well. I guess that's just how it be sometimes. Okay, so what do we learn? We learned that we cut this one because bikes are like in thirds generally. We could draw this bike like standing up like this. Do blue. Oh wait, we have to find the middle of this. So it's middle. Put the bars into that perspective line right there. Seat tube. Bottom brackets be over here. This is the top tube, which is on that plane. I have the seat. Could draw like a bike shop now. Here's the thing is now we can draw bikes kind of in any angle now. That's what I was going for to begin with, I mean. So if there's anything, I guess we've gotten a little bit closer on how to draw bikes better. Man, bikes are hard to draw. They're harder to draw than people, I think. Just because there's just so many little variables to them. Oh my goodness, this is ridiculous. Okay, let's just do some more exercises like this. This is a good just good practice, I guess. Let's do another one over here. I mean, I guess maybe we could just even build that up right there. The problem is there is a way you can measure this out and then have it all being the same measurement everywhere. I don't know how to do it though. Okay, let's do some more bikes, I guess. Let's do one like this, because we don't really... And the other thing is we could push this into another perspective, like right here. It doesn't have to be in these two ones, right? It can be like this. So it's like a 1-point perspective bike. So yeah, and I'm wondering if we could take this and then do the same thing right here. Just put bikes just in any angle now. Like, can we put a bike right here? But then that's the thing, is how do you scale the bike, right? How would you scale a bike in here? I mean, let's see. I wonder if we could put one right open here too. One right here. Now, see, this is an angle I haven't done before. Very interesting. Cut in thirds. Do the oval. Do this one. The head too, which is really important. Push that down. I'm wondering what about these bars, huh? These bars would be weird in these. I mean, I guess they would be just straight, right? This perspective. And there's so many interesting degrees to this. It is intriguing to me. Into the bikes. Okay, so we have the head tube angle in that perspective. We didn't draw that one. We have this wheel, which is important. Find the middle of that wheel. We have the seat tube. The seat is going to go in that perspective angle too. We have multiple vanishing points now. In this little drawing, we have multiple vanishing points. See, now I guess if anything, we've learned how to draw bikes in every single angle now, which is ridiculous because it's just taking me so... I just feel like I just wasted so much time today. I went into a complete circle. Oh well. This is what happens when there's no how-tos on how to draw bikes, really. We're just doodling. And see, these wheels look like they're just ovals. That's the other problem I'm having. See, this wheel would be an oval. That's another problem. I need to figure out how to draw perfect squares in perspective. I think that's another reason why we started doing these boxes today. Did these today. See, because here's the issue that I'm having. We look at, there's something really hard about drawing bikes, and it's how do you make the wheels true. If you look at this one right here, this is what I'm having issues with. So see how, like, right here, sometimes if you guess this angle right here, you're just going to have an untrue wheel, right? And then so this put me into this whole mode of how do we draw a square, an even square in perspective, right? That put me on a whole slew of all these things today about trying to draw this in perspective, trying to draw a sphere in perspective, an even sphere in perspective. But then it's just so much work when it's just like, you can just do it so much more simply. But the only problem is I'm having to guess these spheres right here. That is the issue. Ugh. Brutal. Dude, this bike was crazy. What the? That was a crazy bike. daybreak. Today was brutal. Oh my goodness. It's okay. that is gnarly. Let's not give up. Let's keep going. Let's not give up. Yes, today was just doodle day. All I drew today, really. And we did learn how to draw cubes, which is cool. This one's all messed up though. Oh, it's frustrating today, man. I'd rather ride my bike. I wish I could just ride. No worries. I guess the bike has kind of gave me some resilience because there's many days where I didn't land anything on the bike. So it's kind of, I'm not going to delete the stream. I'm just going to let it keep going, but it's brutal when these days happen. Let's just keep doodling. Let's just keep doodling bikes, I guess. Just try and relax. Actually, let's just see how can we, maybe that's what I should look up. How to draw perfect squares in perspective and not cubes. How to draw squares in perspective. There should be a way to do it, right? Huh. What this one says.
Most of them are fairly complicated, and we are going to stick to the most easiest method. So let's get started. To draw a perfect square in perspective, all we have to do is take an ellipse where the like the minor axis is vertical, and once you have that, you're going to draw a line through the intersection point, the major and minor axis, like this. This line should pass through this intersection point. You can draw this line any way you like. You can draw it like this.
Why is he starting with a circle? He's like not even drawing it. He's like doing it with a program. Bruh. This dude's doing it with like a program. Plotting a square in perspective. Because we learned how to do the cube. I wonder if we could do the same thing with the cube as with just a square. I guess maybe we could, right? In theory. You know what? I think we can do it. Oh well. Let's just listen to music at the moment. So I should move these bars over. Move the bars like that. Let's put a different point into perspective. Let's do it right here. I think I did it. Okay, so that's the hub. I think that actually might work. I think it did work. I'm just wondering, would that... Yeah, that would be the case because... I still feel like that's a little weird, right? Huh. I wonder if this was to spin in a circle, would this go into another vanishing point? Still not sure. Maybe that's where I'm messing up. Maybe I'm messing up the vanishing points. Because I feel like this seat's a little funky, right? That's not right, right? Maybe it would just be on that plane again. Makes sense. Yeah, I guess it would be like that. Bikes are hard to draw, man. I don't understand why bikes are so hard to draw. Like, I'm having such a trouble just trying to draw bikes. But I guess that's what makes it I guess that's what makes it fun, is it's just challenging, but it's just hard. They just look all funky. Just go on this perspective line right here? I think it would. Right, but then that one be right there too? I think it would be actually on this one. I'm actually not sure it would be on that one. I think it would just be on this one. just having fun doodling, I guess. I didn't really get into anything too crazy, but oh, you know what I think I might be messing up? I actually think I'm messing up because I'm putting multiple vanishing points on certain objects that actually don't have that vanishing point. Yeah. I think that's where I'm messing up. Intriguing. Yeah, it would go on a different vanishing point. I knew it. Yeah, it's not always on that one, huh? Darn. I can see it. At least I'm more aware of it now. It's so crazy. I can actually like see it now. Huh. Do, 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 do. Oh, that's the other thing, man. Dude, bikes are hard because they can go in so many different directions. They can also tilt. Huh. Hmm. See, that isn't on that. I guess that would be the tilt of I mean, would that just go into that vanishing point over on that other side? It's very interesting. See, there is multiple vanishing points. I knew it. It's weird. It's so strange. It's so subtle, though. Huh. Man, bikes are gnarly to draw. I give credit to you guys that draw bikes. These things are crazy. Things are so hard to draw, man. It's ridiculous. Let's do one more little thumbnail, I guess. And I'm just wondering, like, if we could just do it without the what if I were just to do the figure first and then put the bike in it? Just focus. Do 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 do. It'd be a pretty funny drawing right there. What up, empathy? Let's see, let me see what you said. E-H-Ek. What does that mean? I'm just going crazy, bro. I just want to ride. I'm just drawing a bunch of bikes. I basically went an entire giant circle trying to learn how to draw bikes today. It's ridiculous. Dude, bikes are freaking hard to draw. Here, watch, check this out. This is what I did. I've been just trying to figure out the schematic of how to draw bikes, because for some odd reason there's not many things on the internet that tell people how to draw bikes. Probably because they're just really hard to draw, but like what I'm having trouble, see, I'm trying to put it into perspective, right? And then what I'm having trouble is like guessing this square right here for the circle, because if I guess wrongly, it'll be an oval, right? and you don't want untrue rims, right? You want the rims to be in a circle. So I was like, okay, well, I'm going to learn how to draw a square in a perfect square in perspective, and that's what we learned today. And so then I went into this right here, trying to learn how to draw a perfect square into perspective, only to just find out that it's just so hard to, it's just ridiculous to do this, to do all this and trying to draw a bike. And I basically went into how I used to draw bikes, just kind of guessing a little bit more. Just kind of messing around though. I need to put this up here. Draw the bike like one of your French girls. Yeah, these things are hard to draw, man. These things have definitely been it's been literally frustrating to. It's just weird. I think you think that someone would make more like how to draw a bike tutorials, right? I mean, there is like one video on YouTube, and they went into like a mechanical designer, like the mechanical designer. But a lot of mechanical designers, they just draw it like straight up, like both the wheels. The hard part about drawing bikes, see, is this wheel part right here. Is because it's built on this axis. And that's the hardest part about drawing bikes, right? It's just how this wheel can just do, you could do a bar spin, right? And trying to get that oval for that wheel correctly, that's the hardest part about drawing bikes. It actually has just been driving me crazy just trying to figure it out, but it just sucks because there's no how-to videos on. I mean, I guess I understand why there's probably not many people that want to draw bikes, but But I mean, I've come to some conclusions on drawing bikes, right? I've come to some conclusions that most bikes, I know this is a funky looking bike right here, but actually most bikes are actually built into thirds, right? So if you can find the thirds of the wheels and find that schematic, and then find, this is actually a pretty good schematic, a lot of schematics for a lot of bikes right here. If you can draw that little layout and then put this layout into perspective, you can figure out a lot of stuff. But right now I just want to learn how to draw bikes basically in any angle, because that's kind of what I like about drawing. I like drawing whereas I can like not really have to copy something, right? But like I can literally draw something in every single angle like a 3D program. We're getting closer to it, but still hard. Still hard. I've just been doodling. I haven't even like went into like into any sort of other drawing today. I've just been doodling, just trying to figure out this stuff because I haven't done it yet. And the other, because perspective is so hard, man. There's so many weird things about perspective, but it is important to learn. Especially like when you get into something complex of like, say you were asked to draw a scene with multiple bikes, right? Like, I think what would drive someone crazy is to say, like, okay, I want you to draw a picture with 24-inch bikes, and I want you to draw 10 24-inch bikes. And the hard part would be is how do you get them to all align with the same circumference area, right? Now, there actually is a way to do it in perspective, but it's really crazy. And I actually have never really gotten into like mechanical drawing. This is kind of getting more akin to like architecture or like stuff like that. But it's well worth learning because you can do a lot with it. Draw a bike. This, I'll just kind of do a quick little example. Do the first circle, second circle, that middle area. And I like drawing really small at times because it's a lot less frustrating messing up a little drawing compared to like working on this big line on a big piece of paper. If I can mess up these little drawings before I get into the bigger drawing, that's That is the ideal way to do it, I think. Okay, let's see here. Let's do... Okay, what are we doing here? Let's make this the front wheel. We're going to have a person, like, carrying this bike or something. And we'll have the head tube. We know that this is the fork. Probably just really boring watching this, but it's like, today was just brutal. I just messed up so much today, but it's okay. I'm learning stuff. I'm learning bikes are really hard to draw. If anything, that's what I've learned today. That bikes are harder to draw than people. Little doodles, little doodles. And this is one of the big ones too, is these wheels are always funky. But there is like a mathematical way to find that out though. And it's just ridiculous though. And it's hard because it's hard to figure out. Little figure holding up a bicycle. One, two, one, two. That's the basis, and if you can build that up, I mean, right, that would be the way to go about it. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I need some music. I'm actually wondering how Rocket Power did it. I'm gonna have to like look at some Rocket Power, because you know how the Rocket Power like animated. Oh my goodness, I can't even imagine animating a bike right now. That would be a headache, bro. I'm actually really curious, like, how did they draw that? Yeah, that'd just be so crazy. Let's see here. Somebody said something. Let's see here. It is rating a part with a party of 4. Oh, crazy, man. People don't really like watching the drawing streams, man. I wish I could be riding, but I can't. I'm hurt. So I'm taking out my frustrations with drawing bicycles, which is frustrating. Oh my goodness. I'm going crazy, everybody. I'm going crazy. I'm going stir crazy. I just want to ride. That's all I want to do, honestly. I don't want, honestly, if I could just ride and not draw, that's what I'd do right now. Get a new piece of paper out, and let's doodle some more. I've literally been doing some really long streams, though. That is the one thing. I'm riding my bike, I get all tired. What are you doing, Deft? What's ye doing, bro? Let's doodle some more. Let's put our horizon line, vanishing point. Ride this wave of energy. Dude, honestly, I'm gonna be really honest. I honestly feel like I have more anxiety and more like just, just not riding my bike. Because I feel like I have so much energy that I just need to like, I'm just so used to just like expending all of my energy as much as I can, right? And sometimes I wonder like if this is actually affecting other people in reality, right? Like how many kids right now have like they went to the doctors or something and they're like, oh yeah, we got to give you all these pills, when these kids, they probably just need to run around. How many people are on pills when what they probably need is just to tire themselves out completely to where they just pass out? I know I shouldn't be joking about that, but it's like sometimes I'm curious, just okay. Right now, what I'm doing is I'm just figuring out this square. Let's cut this in half. I guess I did remember this one, if anything I learned today, of how to take this. So this is actually a big important lesson in drawing bicycles. See this square? Now see, imagine if I were to just guess this square, right? I could be like, okay, well I'm just going to guess it, put it right there, and put it right there, right? But there's actually a way you can figure this out, right? So you put this into this horizon line, and you can think of this as our eyeball, right? This is what we're seeing in here. Everything, even if you look at reality right where you're standing, everything is actually built. What you see is on this horizon line. It's actually really crazy. It tripped me out. Everything that you're actually looking at, even right now, everything has a horizon line. Everything has a vanishing point. It's just weird. It's just trippy. And it's like weird. It's almost like there's all these like little mathematical things about everything. Even though I'm terrible at math, right? But that's the weird thing, is that everything's like built on these little points. But what we're going to do is we're going to try and figure out how do we take this size of this square right here and then have it go into thirds, right? Because of this, like this schematic right here. We talking about the picture plane in art? The picture plane? I guess, yeah, I guess this would be, well, I guess this is the field of view. This is our field of vision. So imagine if we were a little person and this is our circumference of what we can see with our eyeball, right? If you were to look right now, that's kind of how it is. But basically what we're doing is, see this little schematic right here? This little itty bitty schematic for this bicycle. Well, there's a big thing about a lot of bikes is that a lot of bikes are built on thirds of the wheels, right? But how do we get into this 3-wheel section, right? Well, we're gonna do it right here. Okay, so so we split this in half, right? And we found this little point right here. How we found that point is we did this little X and this cross, right? Now we take that, we push that into the horizon line, right? It sounds ridiculous, but this is how you find this next area. Okay, so you take this point right here, and then you find that middle point, that middle line we did right there, and we push a line and put it right through there. And see this dot right here? And I'm going to push it down. It sounds ridiculous, but it's actually this box right here is actually the very same size as this box put into perspective. Sounds ridiculous, right? It doesn't seem like it, but here, watch, I'll show you. So since we have this middle line right here, right, we take this point right here and we take that point and we push that out like that, and boom. So see how these boxes go, these three boxes, see how this one's smaller than this one? But actually, it's built on the perspective grid. So this box right here is actually this very same size as this box because we did this measurement. Isn't that crazy? And it's like, normally I don't draw like this, right? Normally, I've never really wanted to get into perspective. By the way, the only reason why I'm learning this stuff is because of bikes. Bikes are freaking hard to draw, man. I've been going crazy trying to learn how to draw them. Okay, so from here, we can make this a circle, and this will be our first wheel, right? And then if we follow the schematic that I showed, which most bikes are built onto thirds, we do that one, right? And now see, this circle right here is actually the very same size as this circle. It sounds ridiculous, right? And it doesn't seem like it, but it actually is. And that's how we figured that out, right? Now here's the thing, is I used to guess this, right? I used to be like, okay, well, there's a circle right there and then a circle right here. And then you build the bike up and everything's all wonky, right? Classic geometry. Yeah, well, I don't know. I never passed geometry. I never passed any math class, to be honest with you. Yeah. Well, this is actually basically what we're getting into. And the thing is like, if you draw people and stuff, it's not, you don't really have to do that, right? But once you get into drawing mechanical stuff, it's like you have to do all this perspective stuff just to get it right. Otherwise, everything starts looking wonky and strange. I don't know why, but it just is. I don't know. It just is. Okay, let's see here. So from here, I found out that one of the main points in a bike is actually this head tube, right? This head tube is one of the most important things on drawing bikes. If you ever start drawing bikes, right? And I think even if you start making bikes, if you were to make bikes, right, this head tube is such a pivotal one, because this head tube, right, this is what I've been confused about, right? Because this wheel can actually go into a 360, right? Like you could do a bar spin, right? See, so this wheel right here can move like this, right? And it's so hard to draw that in perspective, right? Because right now we have both of the wheels just going straight, right? But this wheel can turn like that. Now to figure that out, that's a whole nother can of worms, right? And then what we're going to do is we're going to find the... By the way, if any of you guys know any of this stuff, there should be... I'm honestly just so surprised that there's not like mechanical engineers that have made schematics on how to draw bikes, right? Because I know there's a lot of people that make bikes, but they probably all use CAD now, so they don't have to draw it out, right? They probably just all use CAD. And basically what we're doing right here, this is just old school, just how do you do CAD but with a pencil. So basically what we're doing is we can, since we have this vanishing point right here, right, we can put a little bottom bracket, boom, and see that bottom, I know that that little line is going into that vanishing point, right? And then from this point we can figure out, okay, well, where do we want our or our top tube, right? And our top tube is actually going to go into this vanishing point right here. So let's put that top tube into that vanishing point. Now we can do a bottom tube. We'll just do a straight line into the bottom bracket. And we have our frame. Just like pro riders of tricks. I know, huh? They don't want to reveal the secrets. Okay, so from here, we can figure out... I'm just going to do a simple bike with it straight like that. So we know that the hub, if this is straight like this, we know that the hub's going to go into this vanishing point. And then the same with that one right there. We're going to split this one in half. Find that. And then since we know that that's on that vanishing point, we know that everything else is going to be built on this one as well. I'll actually do the bars. See, the bars go on that too. Now see, you can guess that, and I can actually, now when I look at a lot of bike drawings, I can actually see if they've actually built it upon perspective, because that right here, see how this hub goes like that, and then these bars go like that? If I were to just guess that, dude, it looks so wonky. It literally does. I can really like see it. And this is what makes drawing bikes so hard, is because there's just so many angles to it, right? But if you know how to build a bike, then it's not as hard to draw a bike, because you know it's kind of like you already know how to build it, right? Okay, so from this point we're making the forks, right? Now the forks go down on one side, and since we built the hub right there, we know that the other side of the forks go right there, and it's lining up with the perspective, right? We also need to make this this seat stay. So the seat stay will go down on that side, and then see that seat stay goes down into that perspective line. Like that. Let's do a little, now this isn't a BMX bike. BMX bikes are actually kind of hard to draw. Now see, road bikes are easier to draw because they have just like that straight handlebar. But with BMX bikes, they have like these bars that go like, you actually have to like do a whole nother measurement with BMX bikes. So that's why I'm drawing so many road bikes, because they're way easier to draw. So with this one, we're going to do like some, what's it call it? Some of those like artistic cycling bikes. And so you know how they have like the artistic cycling bikes, they have like those like weird handlebars that like go up. So we can figure out, and it's like, well, how do you figure out that side, right? Well, I kind of already did it right there, but you just take that point, bring it into that perspective line. So we actually know that that's actually going to go right there. And so that actually, and it's such a little drawing, right? But it's working in perspective. From what I've learned, my CAD, and they would cut these parts using the blueprints we gave them. Oh wait, from what I've learned, drafting when SolidWorks course, we only use orthographic drawings. Yeah, see, that's the thing. I never really learned CAD. I've never learned mechanical illustration. I've never learned engineering. But I mean, I'm pretty sure that they teach this stuff. If you were to take like a mechanical engineering course, but it gets even crazier, right? Mechanical engineering gets like to the point where these drawings, you can literally like go out and make the thing and it'll actually work, right? But a lot of it's just done in CAD now. Because you could just like make the stuff and not have to measure everything out. Okay, so now we have this. Now I can put a seat. The end of that seat goes right there. See? This is basically how we have built this little drawing. And the reason why I'm drawing it so small is because if I draw it really big, I'm almost like wasting energy, and sometimes it's just more frustrating if I mess up. Now we actually did make another point. Now see, here's another issue that I'm having, is how do we make... Okay, so this is like mechanical engineering stuff, right? So now what we're getting into is how do we draw a person that is related to this right here, right? So if these are... This is like a road bike, right? This right here is supposed to be 24 inches, right? So it's 24. A normal human head is probably about, compared to a wheel, is like that big, I think, generally. Maybe a little bit smaller. I can't really remember anymore, right? If that was a human head. So we can now kind of figure out this human on here. That's a crank arm, by the way. And that's a pedal, right? It's so crazy. There's a Swiss Miss tutorial on SolidWorks. You can learn how to use CAD for free on YouTube. The only thing is that it isn't included in a lot of videos are the engineering terms and specific drawings used to define what means what. Interesting, huh? Yeah, I mean, I would maybe get into that, but I'm not really an engineer. I just draw things, I want to draw bike illustrations because, man, people have done some poor jobs with some bike illustrations, like literally. Yeah, you'd have to buy the books. I'm just surprised there's not more drawing how-tos on how to. You'd think that there'd be a lot of artists that have ridden bikes, but I guess there's really not that many. Okay, so from here, I might actually do a light box method, but if we know that this is generally, actually I think the head's actually a little bit smaller. So I think the head might be like that big, roughly. All right. So from here we can almost measure this out. So actually I think the head might be right. Let's see here. So if we're taking this measurement, and that's the thing is normal humans are generally 7.5. Humans are generally 7 to like 5 or 6 heads tall, right? So if we take this measurement of this head, and if we now here's where it gets a little complex, right? Because most people that draw humans, they want to draw it on the ground plane. But imagine if we have this human like on here, we're gonna try and take this measurement and go just roughly go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7.5. And like I said, roughly humans are generally 7.5 heads tall. I was actually almost right the first time. So generally, if we take this measurement right here, this should hold a person in it. It sounds ridiculous, right? LinkedIn Learning, good for... Man, they need to change this this thing up. Sorry, I need to like look at this. LinkedIn Learning is good for learning AutoCAD. Assembling parts in SolidWorks got me weak. Bro, I could hardly even read the chat. I have to literally put a piece of paper up to it. Okay, so from here we know... Wait, what is this? I got confused. See, I'm even getting confused just even in this little drawing, right? Okay, so this is our human head. We're gonna draw a figure standing on the pedals, so we actually have to push that up, right? So let's see here. So I think that was it right there. Yeah, it was it. So let's do... I mean, it doesn't have to be 7.5 heads. Some humans are like probably like 9. Very rare occasions they might be like 9. So we can assume that that will be the head of the figure. And then what we'll do, now this is like bigger drawing, right? Now this is not getting into mechanical. Well, I guess it kind of is mechanical. Humans in some degree are kind of mechanical in some weird way. But let's see here. Let's do, I kind of actually want to push it over on here. I kind of want to have this figure almost like right there. But also we have to remember that this is pushed in perspective as well. I kind of want to actually push this maybe like that. Use that measurement. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7.5. Okay, so from here, we're not going to use that little bubble. We're using this one. So with human and figure drawing, we generally start with like a line of action, which is the spine. So basically this line right here is going to indicate the spine of this person. And since we do have some indicators of these vanishing points, we can make the torso, which the torso is built upon these this proportion grid that we made right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, which 4 is generally at the end of the pelvis. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5.5 is generally end of the kneecap. I need to change this song. It's on copyright. Truly, my instructors at community college didn't even confirm we are all students. Think about what on a regular... I think about that on a regular, like I can just get any degree I want. I've heard a lot of things. You need to learn a lot of stuff on the internet. It's crazy what, like, the AI... And that's the other weird thing, man. AI is just getting crazy. A lot of artists. I see a post every single day about artists just, like, worried about the AI stuff. And her hands are shooting right there. I don't know how I'd do this arm. There's a lot of things with that arm. I ain't gonna lie, I'm on a journey to build my own personal e-bike. Huh, interesting. I mean, that's a pretty big market. I think there's a lot of people wanting to do that. But I will say, I know it sounds weird, but there is this thing about Revelation 6, 5 through 6. This is one of my better drawings that I've done. But in this Bible verse, I don't know if you read the Bible or anything, but there is this warning in the Bible verse that says, "Do not harm the oil and the wine," right? And the black horseman represents famine, right? And it says, "Do not harm the oil and the wine," right? And there's so many things related to oil and food, and I really like this drawing. But we're working on this, and this drawing, actually, you could see, I could show you guys how I did this one, by the way. I did this one on stream a long time ago. So we got Black Horseman, Revelation 6, 5 through 6. How we did this one was, this one started out with a little drawing too. Very little drawing. These are some of the concepts that we did. I chose that one. Then we did our first rough pass, building up this drawing. See, I always like drawing little and then building it up, trying to get as many mistakes on this one, then building it up, and then we did one more layer. And then this is our cleanup layer. And then if you're like an inker and stuff, like if you were an inker and then like you would probably ink it out, and then like if you were a painter, then you would go in and do a painting layer probably after that. And that's how we did that one. But bikes are on a different level. Bikes are hard to draw. What am I doing? Oh yeah, we're trying to draw this here. Hey, blah, 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 blah. Okay, let's see here. We got the head. Put a ponytail. I guess I'll show you some anatomy stuff. So generally the end of the breast is like second head. This is just general anatomy stuff. We have the end of the pelvis into the quads, end of the kneecap. Let's make a little indication for that. We have the shin bone, we have the calf, the front calf, we have the foot, we have the other leg, and generally how we draw a figure. And you can build this up. I can already tell I got a lot of stuff wrong, right? And this is the thing. I think I got these handlebars wrong. Sometimes it's hard to figure out some of these measurements for these handlebars and stuff. Trying to get it all even. If you want, and this is where you can have like fun, right? You can like put little wings on it, right? You do a lot. Imagine seeing a person with wings on a bike. That'd be crazy, huh? Oh, for sure. No worries, dude. I'm glad you guys weren't here earlier. I was freaking going in circles, man. I was going crazy doing the perspective stuff because I went into some really deep perspective stuff today. That literally just hurt my mind. I'm like brain dead right now. I didn't even like flesh out a drawing today. Basically all I've really done. That's kind of cool. Let's put this chain ring on here. Sprocket, I mean. See, and you can just add in so much stuff. You can add a building in here because we have these points right here. These points are very, very important because you can build so many things off of just these 2 points. Everything is built on that. It's really crazy. We'll do like we could do like a weird little trailer thing. You could do a trailer thing. Push that out and push it that one. Draw a little wheel. Draw a little wheel because we know that that's in the perspective we could indicate See, even just indicating that little wheel on that other side of that wagon, right? What do we put something in here, right? We put plants. Put a little dog or something. And we put a whole bunch of stuff in here, right? And put like plants or something. I don't know why there'd be plants in there, but yep. And that's how we draw. And you know, if I wanted to, we could keep building this up and building it up and building it up. But I will say, I'll be really honest, I get bored with most of my drawings. That's why generally I don't, because a lot of artists, if you actually notice, a lot of people on, even on Twitch and stuff. I mean, I guess I haven't really looked at the Twitch thing, but some of these guys are just like working on the same drawing for like days and days and days and days. And I used to do the same thing. I used to work on the same painting for like a month straight. But now I can't do that. I have like ADHD. Like if I get bored of something, I'm just like, okay, I'm done with it, and I never touch it again. Really. That's just how I am now, though. I just get bored too fast. Yep. What? Man, what time is it? Yeah, dude. This is a long stream. I haven't streamed this long in a long time. Probably gonna end the stream right now, though. We did get this little drawing down there. Very little drawing. But I didn't cover the hardest part about drawing the bike. The hardest part about drawing the bike now is, see how I did this wheel the same as that wheel? Just in the perspective. The hardest part about drawing bikes is, how do you turn this wheel, right? Because you can do a bar spin on this thing. How do you draw the same sphere in this same orientation, but in any single angle of this 360? That is the hardest part about drawing bikes. I tried to figure it out, but it's still hard. I think, let's see, I want to get a thumbnail. I think that's probably just going to be the thumbnail. For some reason, I really like that one right there. It's just so funny looking. Oops. Oopsies. Just like, you know, have it like that. That's will be the thumbnail. These are in 1-point perspective. You install a gyro or a bar spin. I know. I wish you just install it like. Yeah, the stream, man. Today's stream was brutal. I would actually delete the stream if I didn't do a Bible study in the front of it, but oh well. So that is the thumbnail for this today's stream. Make a little stream marker. Actually, what I'm gonna do is I am going to use this thing. I'm just gonna have it like this. There we go. That's the thumbnail for the stream. I'm gonna make a stream marker. Stream manager, edit stream info. Add stream marker. Okie dokie. Man, today was a very long stream. I didn't even do like a completed drawing. I literally have been just going in circles and circles and circles trying to figure out how to draw these darn bikes, man. Bikes are hard to draw. Bikes are harder to draw than people, I think. There's so many angles, bro. There's angles on angles on angles on angles, but it's kind of like at least getting me, thinking about bikes in some degree. Anyway, very well, everybody. It's been a long stream. I'm tired. Farewell. Running down. Farewell, bro. Peace out. Keep shredding. Shred the gnar. Ride for me, bro. Because I can't. Later, dude. Peace out, guys. Today was cringy. Today was a cringy one. I'm going to say. Today was gnarly. Farewell.